I will send you the link, which now we are.
And that's in my email.
I will send it.
Okay, can everybody hear me? I'm gonna say welcome on a CEI. I'm here with my team. With KDHE. Today, and I want to get us rolling. So if you do need to take through that lobby, lunch,
partnering with Wichita State University, Jennifer and her team, as well as the Kansas Developmental Disability Council, so the DD Council. So we're really excited to be able to present this to you both in the person and virtual environment. So we're really happy you all attended. As Jennifer said, please make sure you fill out your survey at the end. We really want to kind of capture information so we can improve these for new other times that we do this. Wanted to kind of tell you how it came about. It came about from a lot of discussion between KDHE and the DD Council, really identifying that we have a lot of families that just don't really quite understand supported decision making and really don't know what to do when that youth is getting to that age of 18 and what that can look like. So we really want to expand that and really make sure that people are getting the information they need. So please feel free to submit your questions when we get to the question and answer segment of the presentations today. And we hope you all enjoy it and have a wonderful day. Thanks for attending. I'm going to turn it over to Elizabeth Moran, who is our keynote speaker.
All right, can you hear me? All right, very good. Well, it's really great for me to be back in Kansas. For those of you who don't know me, my name is Elizabeth Moran. I'm Chief Counsel at the American Bar Association's Commission on Law and Aging, where my focus is 100% on guardianships.
Did that change something?
Of the aging
Okay.
population, which I've had a couple folks say to me, well, what is that up? Are we losing the screen? Gentlemen, can you help me
Yeah,
out?
can you just
Sorry.
advance this? Uber, can you advance this?
Okay.
I have people say to me, well, what does that mean when you say you work with the aging population? And I say, well, if you're over the age of 18 and you're still alive, you are aging. So my primary focus is on abuse, neglect, and exploitation of aging. And like I said, my primary focus is on guardianship supported decision making and issues that are related to that. So I'm going to be remiss if I didn't start by just saying thank you to Jennifer and her team, to the Kansas Council of Developmental Disabilities, to the Kansas Department of Health,
They say
and
thank
the
you.
Department of
Don't
Health.
hear a little well, so we might need to turn it up.
On this very important and timely summit. Today, you're going to hear from Kansas experts from all over the state who are professionals, who are advocates, and importantly, people with lived experience around supported decision making. They're going to talk to you about what it is, what it isn't, how you do it. They're going to talk about the Charting the Life course framework and the tools that will help you shape some of the supported decision making decisions you might be making. And you're going to hear about their everyday lives and from some of the professionals that support them, which is, I think, key, learning sort of the how to, right? Not knowing just what supported decision-making is as a concept, but how do you use it? How do you apply it? How do you use it as a lens, but also how do you use it in practice? So from my own perspective, my job for this first 45 minutes or so is to give you some context and some perspective. And I'm going to try to do that starting at the global level, right? And then bring it down to the national level. What's the lens that I see at the ABA as far as what's going on across the nation in supported decision-making? Then I'm going to bring it down to the Kansas level, and then I'm going to bring it down to what you can do right now. Things you can do right now to start practicing supported decision-making. From my own lived experience as a sister of an individual with a developmental disability, and also as an advocate and attorney who is defended against guardianship, I will tell you I have never, ever in my practice filed a guardianship. My goal has always been to keep people out of guardianship and truly use guardianship as the last resort, right? A lot of my work has come when a guardianship was not needed or warranted, and something less than that would have been more appropriate. And so a lot of my practice when I was practicing full time was about how do I, in legal terms, we call it seek restoration, or how do I help individuals, family members, direct service providers, how do I help them identify the areas in an individual's life where something less restrictive than guardianship would work, would solve the problem, but would also help them maintain as many of their civil rights as possible. So I'm going to try to bring that perspective to you. So you'll see that the title is "The Time for Real Change, Enduring Change is Now." That's not really my own quote. That's really the late US Supreme Court Justice Ruth Bader Ginsburg. Her quote is, real change, enduring change happens one step at a time. And I believe in this. And I believe it applies to us as a community of disability rights advocates, but also in our individual lives. Another favorite quote of mine is, begin with the end in mind. So what do you want your life to look like? What do you want the life of your loved one to look like? And more importantly, what do they want it to look like? What is their will? What is their preference? What are their goals, right? And then how can you use supported decision-making to take one step at a time, to make choices, to make change, so that when you're beginning with whatever that looks like in the end, you're supporting the individual in such a way that you are honoring their integrity of choice. You're honoring that dignity of sometimes we make bad choices. There's not a human being alive that can say, all of the choices I've made have been good. All of them have been safe. All of them have been valuable or, move me forward in my life. We've all made bad choices. So it's giving them the dignity to make bad choices and to support them in all of those choices. So navigating systems and policies around how to best support an individual with an intellectual and developmental disability can be overwhelming. In its most basic form, supported decision-making is taking that one step at a time to make it not so overwhelming. So not waiting until later on, not waiting until you have reached, the end of your high school education, or waiting for when you're transitioning into adulthood, or waiting until you reach a point where you don't have sort of the familiar services and supports and you're looking for something else. It's about starting right now to make choices and embrace practices that will help that individual transition at any point in their life on that lifespan, on that life spectrum, with ease and with dignity. So you see, for a long time, the approach to supporting an individual was very paternalistic. And what I have learned, particularly over the last year or so, in my role at the ABA, but also in attending what's called the World Congress on Adult Capacity. I'm going to talk a little bit about that because the World Congress on Adult Capacity is all of the countries around the world getting together to talk about adult capacity, law, policy, and practice, and sharing what those look like, and sharing disability rights as a human right under the United Nations. So I'll talk a little bit about what's called the United Nations Convention on Rights of Persons with Disabilities. It used to be called the World Congress on Adult Guardianship. So we're talking about looking at law, policy, and practice for that age when an individual is turning 18, because in most countries, around 18 is about the time legally people are seen as adults, right? And so that's when these issues come up. So many countries have eliminated guardianship from their laws and practice completely, that now the World Congress is called the World Congress on Adult Capacity. They've taken the word out completely. And the reason I think that is important to think about is the United States has not done that. And the United States is only one of 8 countries that have not embraced and adopted the UN Convention on Rights of Persons with Disabilities. And I think that's important because there's work we can do both as professionals, but also as individuals who are supporting other individuals who have developmental disabilities. There's work we can do from the ground up that over time, one step at a time, they say you plant one seed to grow a garden, or you plant one seed and then it grows into a forest, right? I think if we start planting seeds on the importance of supported decision-making, the importance of honoring disability rights as human rights, eventually my hope is that the globe, the World Congress, and what we're doing at the local and state level, eventually, if we all work together, it's all going to come together and we really are going to look at disability rights as human rights. So the time for change is now. And it's an approach I embrace as from a human rights lens. So, oh, thank you. Do I need to say next slide, gentlemen? Maybe? Oh, it's working now. Thank you. Okay, so here's where I like to start. So we all say this every day, right? Our Pledge of Allegiance, and you'll see the very last line says liberty and justice for all. So nearly every country has some similar language around law and equity, liberty, justice. And I first became aware of these concepts as a child. So although I'm fairly certain as a child, I didn't use the words liberty and justice. to describe it at that age. It was after the first time that my older sister, Carlin, and that's who's pictured here in the slide, was sexually assaulted. I was very young, and my mom, who's here today, would tell you that it was an evening when my sister was actually babysitting my brother and I, and was sexually assaulted in her home. And what I noticed at that time was how people talked to her, or more sort of about her and at her, was different than how they talked to me. Does that make sense? Again, I didn't have the words to put to it. And certainly I didn't know what liberty and justice meant at that age. But early on, what I was observing as part of those early memories that I have, which are they're very few and far between, was observing that her experience and hearing how the adults would talk to her, or about her, but not necessarily to her. It was curious. She has a developmental disability. And I'm not sure I knew what those words meant as a child, because when you grow up with someone with a disability in your family, as you know, that's your norm. It's not anything different, right? There's no us and them. It's we, the collective we. But I knew she was treated differently. I knew that other people in our lives, not in my own household, treated her differently. About her differently. And so what I've noticed as an adult and now working in this profession is that's sort of the norm, right? We talk differently. We use a different tone. We use different language. And sometimes that's important. Do I need to stop? Or are we good? Keep going? Okay. All right. So the next thing I like to talk about is liberty. So what does that mean, right? So we talk about these. So these are rights. These are human rights. These are United States rights. So it's about the choices we make, right? Liberty, autonomy. So what is the pursuit of happiness? I would argue that it is about your choices. And that might be the choices of what kind of coffee you have this morning. My mom had decaf, I had regular, right? It might be what color shoes you put on. It might be where you live. It might be who supports you, who's directing your services, right? But those are all choices that all of us make every day. And to me, it's choices that dictate your pursuit of happiness. So if you're an individual who has a disability, your pursuit of happiness is often dependent on these things. So your family, other decision makers in your life, paid services and supports, benefits that are determined by a government agency, what you qualify for, what tier you are, which waiver you're in, right? Whether or not they'll be covered. The power of attorney or a conservator if you have one, or if you're really lucky enough to live in a state, a really progressive state where supported decision-making is practiced, then you're super lucky. By the way, I'm going to talk about Kansas law, because Kansas law leaves lots of room for supported decision-making, whether it's in the law or not. And that's a whole nother conversation that I'd love to have with some of you. Because I'm not sure that there are some negative unintended consequences that comes from legislating supported decision-making. I think we do want to keep it as just an option of a less restrictive alternative, right, to guardianship. Because to me, it's not exclusive to guardianship. You can use supported decision-making, and you should, according to Kansas law, be using supported decision-making within a guardianship or a conservatorship. More on that later. So every person can make decisions and has a right to make decisions, to have choice in their life. On this screen is Caroline Glenn. Caroline had Asperger's. She was making some pretty awful choices, according to her mom. She had a limited guardian when she first turned 18. That was at the recommendation of some of her educators and school administrators. And so she had a limited guardianship, and that was just for the purposes of helping her maintain her benefits. She didn't really understand how benefits work. Where do they come from? How do they get into my bank? What can I spend them on? Those sorts of things. And also her residential placement. But then Caroline discovered online dating. And Carolyn engaged in some practices that mom didn't think were in her best interest. And so mom gave her an ultimatum and said, and I kid you not, this isn't, if you go to MissouriCaseNet.com, you'll see this case. Her testimony is that mom says, if you don't stop engaging sexually with these men that you're meeting online, then I'm going to go back to the court and I'm going to turn you over to the public administrator. And they'll put you away. And I'll leave the rest of that story out, but it involved things like mom throwing all of her belongings over her balcony, and she ended up in a homeless shelter, and then a boyfriend came and got her, who she actually was dating for about 18 months. And mom had him arrested, said he was sex trafficking. I mean, it was just a crazy case. Caroline did, in fact, get put in a lockdown facility. And when I met her, she was emailing me in full sentences with complete thoughts, very articulate. And then when I called her on the phone to talk to her, because she was looking for someone to do an intervention in her guardianship case, because sure enough, mom had resigned as the guardian. So the local public administrator, by the way, I'm not trying to bash public administrators or public guardians. Their job is hard. And it's a little bit of a different system in the state of Missouri than it is here. But in Missouri, they're the sort of the default guardian. And I can guarantee you no one ever calls them up and thanks them for their job and thanks them for their work, right? But in Caroline's case, the public administrator had filed for full guardianship, saying that she was totally, completely incapacitated. She needed a substitute decision maker, that she just couldn't manage herself. She couldn't manage her things. Now, Caroline had a part-time job at the YMCA. She lived independently in an apartment. She had a driver's license. She had a debit card. She paid her own cell phone bill. And when the petition went in for guardianship, they took all of those things away from her and then testified that she was totally, completely incapacitated, put her in a lockdown facility in Excelsior Springs. And then when the boyfriend started visiting her at Excelsior Springs, moved her further away to Chillicothe, Missouri, because they just were trying to get her where she was, by the way, strip searched as if she were a criminal. These things happened 4 years ago. So we're not talking a long time ago. We're talking about these are things that happen right now under what we think of as guardianship. Guardian, we're going to keep you safe. But you know what the guardian does? A guardianship does for people who do have the ability. And I'm not saying guardianship is never warranted, but for people who do have the ability to be supported in their decision making, it is the single most restrictive thing you can do to somebody. And it makes one person in charge of their well-being with little to no oversight. There are a lot of really good guardians out there. We're not worried about them, right? We're worried about the bad players. Let me back up. I call her on the phone to have a conversation with her. I'm trying to find out if she already has a court-appointed attorney. She can barely talk to me. And she's mumbling. And I'm like, Caroline, I don't understand you. As you might imagine, I'm very confused because I've just read a long email from this woman that's articulate and it's clear and I don't understand why she can't talk to me. So of course, my assumption is, the story I tell myself is, oh, she's got someone there supporting her. Supported decision-making, helping her understand information, helping her communicate information effectively. I just need to go there in person and visit her and see what's going on. What I found out when I got there is nobody was supporting her in this lockdown facility. She was in a room where she spent most of the day by herself. And she can interface with technology beautifully, but she can't look me in the eye. In fact, all of our conversations leading up to it ended up being a trial on her guardianship. We're side by side. Often we would walk, or I would just sit somewhere in the room with her and she would type on her iPad and I would type her back on my computer. She just needed someone to stop and figure out, how does she communicate best? Her mom knew that, but her mom was punishing her. And there were some other issues with mom, as you might imagine. She had some mental health concerns that had not been addressed. Ultimately, this picture is because we figured out how to create some supported decision-making supports around her to help her effectively communicate. Testimony at her hearing by support staff at that lockdown facility was that she was combative. She wouldn't take her medicine. She seemed disoriented. But think about it. 2 men came and took her from her apartment and put her in that facility. She was a little disoriented. She was a little combative. When they tried to give her medicine for anxiety, it was a different color of pill. She knew what color of pill she took. She knew what her medications looked like. And she physically fought with them because they were trying to stuff the pill down her throat, and she didn't want to take it because she knew it wasn't her medicine. Turns out it was a generic of her medicine, but no one stopped to explain that to her because they didn't think she understood, because no one took the time to figure out what effective communication looked like for her. I tell you these stories because supported decision-making is not just about saying what part of your life do you need some supports in, but how do you communicate and how do we provide supported decision-making services, supports, technology? What does that look like for each individual in their unique circumstance to make sure that when we are assessing capacity to say, what is your ability to make decisions? Where do you need help? Are we doing our job and making sure that they are provided under Title II of the ADA, which is where I'm going next, effective communication supports? By the way, I should tell you, Caroline is now, by the way, we had to move her actually out of state in order to get the guardianship removed. And then when we got to Oklahoma, that judge would not let us transfer jurisdiction because he said that she didn't need a guardian. So then I was in contempt of court because I didn't transfer the guardianship within 60 days. That's a long story, but she's now without a guardian, and she has a long-term boyfriend, and she's pregnant with her first child, and she's got lots of supports, family supports, community supports, supports with her church, supports with friends. So she has what we call integrated supports, right? Some of it's her own ability, some of it's technology, because she's figured out how to navigate and communicate. Some of it's her boyfriend, his family, her family. And then the friend, her name was Trudy Cunningham, who I represented from Oklahoma to do a third-party intervention to get her out from her guardianship. So that was a huge success story. Okay. I love this graphic. And when I worked at the Kansas DD Council years ago, I think it was Steve Gabar who introduced me to this particular graphic at the, there's a museum in Topeka, Kansas, and there's an area that's all about disability, and this was in there. Same struggle, different difference. Disability rights are absolutely civil rights. They are human rights. And so sometimes people say to me, yeah, but where's the law for that? And so what I say is the ADA, just because it's not enforced does not mean that it's not the law. And if you see something wrong, do something about it. As it relates specifically to Title II of the ADA, that speaks to effective communication. All the things I was just talking about with my sister, effectively communicating with her, not about her, talking about Caroline, figuring out how to effectively communicate with her to make sure she could have supports in her decision-making. So it's commonly known that the ADA prohibits discrimination, right? It's also commonly known that it requires state and local governments, including courts, to provide people with disabilities an equal opportunity to access and benefit from, now listen carefully, benefit from all of their programs, their services, and activities. So this is important. Under Title II of the Americans with Disabilities Act, state and government, so if any entity, any agency, any program, service, or activity that is funded with state or federal money in part or in whole is required to provide effective communication under the ADA. So now I want you to just sit as you think about all the state and federally funded program services and activities. And when you are out there advocating for supported decision-making, which I think you will be after today, if you're not already, and I want you to do your part to advocate for effective communication services and supports for every single person. It is the law. We have to stop thinking about the ADA as access to just things like physical access, right? The ramps, the parking, the building, the elevators. We have to stop thinking about it as Braille, large print, interpreters. What about people with intellectual and developmental disabilities? They need services and supports that provide, under Title II of the ADA, effective communication. And I'm going to move on. Oh, All right, so a few minutes ago, I talked about the World Congress on Adult Capacity. So it was held in Scotland this year. I was there in June. I was there with 30 other countries, 274 delegates from those 30 countries, and truly an unparalleled opportunity for international discussion on adult capacity. So nearly every presentation, every panel, every networking conversation I had outside of that, the Congress centered on work in jurisdictions around the world on what's called the UN Convention on Rights of Persons with Disabilities. I won't read them all to you, but as you can see up here, things like equal protection before the law as a human right, regardless of what your cognitive ability is, equal protection, liberty, protection of the integrity of person, freedom of expression, respect for privacy, the right to participate in public life, cultural life, the right to work, the right to health, the right to habilitation and rehabilitation. Does all this sound familiar? Right? So interestingly, the US is one of only 8 states that have not adopted that UN, what we call the CRPD. We are in the company of Bhutan, Cameroon, Lebanon, Tonga. We need to do better. The time to do better is right now. I want to talk to you a little bit about these, the 4th National Guardianship Summit. So in May of last year, delegates from around the country, we had some Kansas representatives there, talked about supported decision-making, both as a, excuse me, a practice, but also as a right under Title II of the ADA for as an accommodation. Give me one second. And you'll see that one of the recommendations that the delegates in the United States Guardianship Summit provided was that reasonable notice, for instance, has to be in their language. Before a guardianship can be opposed, the court has to find clear and convincing evidence that supported decision-making is not feasible. So what that means is it has to be tried and failed, or it has to be completely impossible, right? And certainly there are circumstances where we can think of where supported decision-making would not be possible. But those are a very low number of cases, right? In the big scheme of things, you think about how many people live in the state of Kansas, and then you think about how many people in the state of Kansas have an intellectual or developmental disability or a mental health concern that might trigger a guardianship proceeding, or a traumatic brain injury, or right? Keep going down the list. And then you look at the percentage of people where guardianship is the only option. And I would argue that, I don't know, there's no data on it, by the way. Encourage your legislators and your courts to start collecting data on guardianship. I think that'd be very informative. So I don't know this with certainty. I don't have the data to back it up, but I would bet that it's a really small number of people that actually need a full guardianship. That there's a heck of a lot of people under guardianship or subject to guardianship where something less, like supported decision-making, would be appropriate. So on the global level, the world promotes adult capacity, not guardianship. The world promotes the rights of individuals with disabilities. On a national level, our own Guardianship Summit says that guardianship or supported decision-making should not be feasible before you move on to a guardianship. Also, I should tell you that at the 4th National Guardianship Summit, it was also recommended that the Department of Justice recognize supported decision-making as an accommodation for effective communication under Title II of the ADA. It is not explicitly stated in Title II, but it is certainly implied. Okay. So to give you context here, these are all states that have some level of supported decision-making legislation passed in them. Texas was the first. It's been about 5 or 6 years ago now that Texas passed the first supported decision-making legislation. There are pros and cons to passing legislation. That's not what you're here to talk about, but if you want to talk about that after the program or at lunch, please come hit me up. I'd love to talk about some of these legislative efforts. You'll see that Kansas is in gray, because Kansas hasn't passed supported decision-making agreement legislation. And I will tell you, I don't think that's a bad thing. I think that's actually a good thing. Because I think that when you start legislating more forms, more court oversight. You're defeating the purpose of keeping people out of the judicial system, right? And creating supports that are integrated here, like at this level. And there are pros and cons, obviously, look at the number of states that have passed supported decision-making legislation. I do know that it's been introduced. I know that it's been talked about, right? So, but I'd love to have some conversations around this. So, oh, did I go one too far? Nope. So who is in need of a guardian? Let's talk about this. Let's talk about what Kansas is saying. Give me 1 second. An adult with an impairment in need of a guardian or conservator or both means a person 18 years of age or older whose ability to receive and evaluate relevant information, or 2, effectively communicate decisions, or both, even with the use of assistive technology or, and then you'll see in bright blue I put, other supports. So as an attorney, I look at Kansas law and I go, whoa, it's like the perfect law because it talks about effective communication, which is a right under Title II of the ADA. I'm like, that's beautiful. And then it says with use of assistive technologies and other supports. So I'm curious in the room, how do you define other supports? What are other supports? Brad. Excellent. So Brad Linnencap just said, other supports are people in the community that you can ask for supports. What does that sound like? Supported decision-making, right? It sounds like an accommodation under the ADA that would help you effectively communicate, effectively understand, and make decisions. I don't necessarily have to understand all of the, all of the consequences and all the standard is, do I understand who I want to support me? I want Brad to support me. I want my mom to support me. I want Craig Knutson to support me, right? I trust them to help me make decisions. And that's, so as you might imagine, I think the Kansas law is beautiful. Now, do I think it would be nice to have supported decision-making or what the other less restrictive or other supports are listed? I do. But for those of us who work in policy, we know when you open up a law to say, hey, let's make some amendments, you also open up lots of other opportunities, right? And those can be good and bad. But I'll tell you, even if you don't make any changes, and I'm not trying to make a judgment whether you should or shouldn't, it's a pretty darn good statute, right? So what is an appropriate alternative under Kansas law? Appropriate alternative means any program or service or the use of a legal device or representative. You know what that sounds like to me? Supported decision-making, right? Any program or service. And if I have a representative, it might just be an agency agreement of some sort. It might be a power of attorney. It might be I sign an agreement that said I want Brad to make some decisions for me about a specific thing. It might be a form I fill out when I go to the doctor to say, I want my mom to have access to all my medical records, just like everyone else does, right? It's pretty good, which enables a person with an impairment to adequately meet their essential needs for physical health, safety, or welfare, or to reasonably manage a person's assets. Appropriate alternatives may include, but are not limited to, power of attorney, durable power of attorney, healthcare decisions, living will, trust, blah, 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 blah. Do you see it says they may include, but are not limited to? So what does that tell you? What does that inform you? There are other things you can use like, Brad, supported decision-making. Okay. So basically this is what it says. It says that a person should not, and according to Kansas law, cannot be put under guardianship unless he or she cannot evaluate information, communicate decisions, or meet, even with the use of assistive technology or other supports. Okay. So it's important to remember that guardianship is not meant to be a final decision, right? Only as necessitated by the limitations of the ward. To encourage the ward to participate in making decisions, well, what does that sound like? To encourage the ward to act on the ward's own behalf when they're able. To encourage the ward to develop and regain skills and abilities. So arguably, supported decision-making is at the heart of ensuring liberty and justice for all, the pursuit of happiness, and according to World Congress and the National Summit on Guardianship, honoring an individual's civil and human rights. Supported decision-making is at the heart of it. So what is supported decision-making? Well, you're going to hear a lot about that from some experts here in Kansas later on this afternoon, but this is what it is basically. It's just a nationally recognized and a very powerful approach to supports and services that are listed in Kansas law that uses new and innovative ways. I would say not so new, because I would argue that we all actually use supported decision-making all the time, every day, right? I just before I came here about a week ago, I now live in Arlington, Virginia, and I didn't have any dry cleaners, and I needed a dry cleaner. So what do? I look it up, and then I ask a few friends. Has anyone used these dry cleaners? Does anyone know? Are they any good? Should I use them? Should I not? Are they too expensive? Are they right? Same thing. Getting some help making some decisions, supported decision-making, self-determination, independence. This is how I would like you to think about supported decision-making. At the top, supported decision-making, you have more rights. By the way, I shamelessly stole this slide. Oh, did you go back one? Oh, thank you. I shamelessly stole this plug from a separate ABA presentation. At the top, what I would like you to see is there's more rights. Supported decision-making, right? More rights. You're not in the court system. You're not involving attorneys. You're not, right? You're doing integrated supports. Yourself, your relationships, your community supports, your paid supports, technology, community resources. The closer you get to guardianship, the less flexible it becomes, the less rights you have, and the more permanent it becomes. Guardianship is really hard to remove. By the way, I say this every time I do a presentation. Think about this for a second. I'm your attorney, or I'm your loved one, your son, your daughter, your friend. I'm their attorney. And you want me to go in there. They've been given a guardianship because some professional, a doctor, a teacher, has done an assessment and decided they need a guardian. Or they've told you you need to be the guardian in order to stay involved in their life, which, by the way, is not true. That's a myth. It's an old myth. Come see me over lunch. I'll talk to you about it. But you hire me to come in to do a restoration, to remove the guardian. And I am now required to put on evidence to that court that you are able to do all of the things that you are not allowed to do because those rights have been taken away from you. Do you know how hard that is? It's really hard. I have to prove that you can do things that you're not allowed under the law to do. It's hard to get rid of. Always make it the last resort. Always make it the thing that restores most rights, the thing that's most flexibility. Okay, now we're going to go to this slide. Nothing, not guardianship, not supported decision-making, nothing is 100% safe. There's no such thing. So we have to get rid of the time to get rid of the chain or get rid of the paternalistic, protectionist guardianship, like I'm your guardian angel, is now. We need to get rid of that mentality. People use guardianship all the time. For instance, I'm working on a project in Maryland right now with the Maryland Supreme Court, and we're looking at the pipeline from healthcare settings to guardianship. What we have discovered, and we're only in year 1 of this Elder Justice Innovation Grant, what we have discovered is the #1 reason hospitals file for guardianship over people who are aging and have a diagnosis of dementia or Alzheimer's or traumatic brain injury or have a developmental disability or some indication that they lack capacity to make decisions. The #1 reason hospitals file for guardianship is what? Anyone want to guess? Beyond getting them out of the hospital because of bingo. Did you guys hear that? Mike Burgess said applying for Medicare or Medicaid. It requires a 5-year look back. It requires you to get financial records. It requires you to do an analysis of assessment. It requires all of these things. And so what they're doing is they're using guardianship, not because the person necessarily needs a guardian, not because they couldn't have supported decision-making team, but because they need it to get access to make an application to see if they can qualify to get into the nursing home or the placement or the what have you, right? And so people end up all the time because of a traumatic brain injury, or someone who has intellectual developmental disability has an injury, a life-threatening injury that lands them in the hospital. It's ridiculous. Why are we using guardianship to apply for federal benefits? Like, it's a crazy thing. Transition age. I hear all the time from parents who say, I didn't really want to get guardianship, but I kind of had to get guardianship because the school told me I wouldn't have access to their records, or I wouldn't be able to put them in a particular program. I wouldn't be able to apply on their behalf. Baloney. That's not true. If the individual has the ability to say, I want mom to help me, I want Mike to help me, I want Brad to help me, that's it. It's no different than me saying, I give my mom the authority to go enter into an apartment lease for me. Or I want my mom on my bank account so my mom can help me put some stops on it. So I'll quit buying black heels, right? I mean, right? You figure it out, you navigate, you just got to get creative about how you're navigating. There is nothing that creates security. So we have to get rid, the time to change is now. We have to get rid of this paternalistic thing and really get under people, giving them supports and the services they need to make decisions for themselves. Okay. So here's the problem. I've already talked about this a little bit. The problem is the typical ward has fewer rights than the typical convicted felon. How can that be possible? Someone tell me, does Kansas provide court-appointed attorneys to the person who's subject to guardianship? Anyone? They don't. So next time you guys come march on the Hill, let me know, because here's what I would propose. Think about it this way. Every criminal in the United States, when they are put on trial, they have a right to counsel. And that counsel advocates for what that individual wants, right? That attorney doesn't substitute what they think is in the best interest of the individual or everyone else. You following me here? And if guardianship takes away more rights than our criminal justice system does, why aren't we demanding a right to counsel? How is it that an individual can be stripped of more rights than a convicted felon, but it's not a constitutional right for them to be represented before someone can strip them of all those rights? I just want to put that out there, and I'll keep going. So research tells us that people who are under overbroad or undue guardianships, meaning they're not necessary, experience significant negative impact on their health, their emotional health, their longevity, their ability to function. However, people who exercise greater self-determination, have more choice in their life, have the right services and supports, have a better quality of life, more independence, and also more community integration. So what are the less restrictive alternatives? In other words, what you do want when you don't want guardianship. Well, at the top are the supported decision-making supports. And then if you want to put together a team, make supported decision-making agreements, integrated supports, develop the individual's abilities, you'll see the further you get down that list, it becomes more formal, more legal, right? Power of attorneys, trust, wills, those sorts of things. I'm going to share with you, by the way, I should tell you all of the stories that I'm sharing with you, I have permission from all of those individuals to share those stories. I do not and would not ever presume that they're my stories to tell. All of them, in fact, Caroline Glenn, and then I have another gal who had Down syndrome. She passed away this last year, Alma Dunn. Her guardian put her in a nursing home and where the life expectancy was 2 years. And it took me 18 months to get her out of there. And she suffered horrific abuse while she was in that facility. That's another sad story, and I can talk about that a little bit later. But anyway, I'm sharing this with you because I am on a supported decision-making team. And I just want to share it with you. Her name is Kathy Enfield. She lives in Missouri. She's a big advocate in Missouri. Some of you may know her. I know she interacts a lot with SAC on the Kansas side. They have kind of an interstate relationship going on. Kathy has a supported decision-making team because her parents are worried because their son, her brother, has said pretty much, Mom and Dad, when you die, I'm filing for guardianship. I can't handle all of this stuff. I need someone else to do it. That's his reason. Because right now, Mom and Dad are the primary supports. So what they've done is they created a support decision-making team. These are people you might recognize. It's me. It's Shelley Reynolds. It's Georgia Mueller. It's her neighbor. It's someone from her church. It's an old family friend. We don't have necessarily an agreement. We didn't file anything in court. We didn't put anything in paper. We didn't have, what we are a group of people who are willing to take on and help her, support her in making decisions in different parts of her life. And she is very able to tell all of us, this is what I want. This is what I don't want. Here's my will. Here's my preferences. Here's my goals, right? And we support her in doing that. That is supported decision-making. We don't necessarily have an agreement, but we do have a team of people who help her. And she tells us who helps her with which parts of her life. And we meet regularly. It doesn't even have to be that formal. I mean, it can be cook a lasagna and invite all your friends over after church on Sunday and hang out and talk and have conversations about what the individual needs. What are the different areas? Where do they need supports? Who can help them with it? And also keep in mind that support and decision-making teams change, just like the supports in your life change over time, right? My friends are not the same now as they were when I was 18. My supports are certainly not the same as they were when I was 18. My needs and my goals and my preferences are not at all the same as they were when I was 18, right? So you have to keep that in mind. These things all need to adapt and evolve with the person. You always want to start with the top, the least restrictive thing. So during the life course presentation, I suspect they're going to talk a little bit about some of the life course tools. I don't know this for sure, but if Craig's nodding his head, you'll see one of these. They're a trajectory. You can use the life course tools. You can just draw one on a piece of paper. You can do however you want, but it is important to know what you want. Remember earlier I talked about real change, enduring change happens one step at a time. And then I talked about begin with the end in mind. If you put on paper, so you have a visual, what I want, and also what I don't want, then you can start taking those one step at a time toward getting to what you want and avoiding what you don't want. Steps to ensure that you won't get what you don't want. That is a piece of supported decision-making. Supporting a person in making decisions about the steps they're going to take to get what they want and what they don't want, their will, their preferences. So 5 things you can do right now. Get up to speed on alternatives to guardianship in your state, particularly supported decision-making. As I demonstrated earlier in the Kansas law, it might not be called supported decision-making or decision-making supports right? But it's there. You just have to look for those opportunities to find it. Get up to speed on them. Understand what they all are. Understand what all of your choices are before you would go to guardianship. Develop a support group or team of family members, friends, professionals, and most importantly, the individual. Start doing that now. Start taking those steps right now. Don't wait until you need it. It's kind of like saying, I need to drive to work tomorrow, but I don't have a car. So I'm going to wait until tomorrow and then be like, oh, I need a car. Right? You plan ahead. Begin with the end in mind. Part of that is developing your team now. Identify areas in which the individual may need support, or decide how the team support can help meet those needs or provide them with the support to help them identify what they need. Always ask them what they need. I can't tell you how many times I have met with clients and I say, do you do something? Yeah. Do you take the bus? No, my person won't let me do that. Why won't they let you do that? I don't know. So then I go and talk to, often it's the parent. How come they can't take the bus? Oh, she doesn't want to take the bus. She's not comfortable taking the bus. She's never said she's interested. She doesn't really need to take the bus. Have you asked her if she wants to take the bus? Have you asked her if she wants to learn that? Maybe she doesn't want to learn it from you. Right? I mean, how many of us, particularly after the age of 18, want our parents to still show us how to do everything? I want one of my peers to show me how to do things. I want my friends, right? I told you my mom is here today. I'm pretty sure there are things that my mom doesn't want me to do right with her. She'd rather go with one of her friends and do things, learn things. These last two are important to me. Whether you are a professional in this field, a parent in this field, an individual who is an advocate in this field, or someone who is going to be subject to guardianship. By the way, we all know this, but I think it's worth saying again. We are all one head injury, one slip and fall, one stroke, one getting old and getting short-term memory, dementia, Alzheimer's. We are all one thing away from being an individual who may someday be subject to guardianship. Think about how you want to be treated. What do you want your choices to be? And then number 4, host educational opportunities for other guardianship stakeholders to learn about, to have conversations. What are the alternatives? What is supported decision-making? Talk about the how-to. How do we provide effective communication? How do we practice supported decision-making? What does it actually look like? And if you don't want to host a group or that seems overwhelming, start calling people up and saying, hey, can you have coffee? Can I bring you a coffee? How about lunch? How about a cocktail, right? Find opportunities to host an educational opportunity so that more people are changing their lens around what supported decision-making and effective communication is and isn't. And in the context of avoiding guardianship, if it's an unwanted guardianship, how they do it. How do they start? How do they take that one step at a time to get started down this road? Ensure justice for all by advocating for protection of individual rights and freedom of choice. Keeping in mind that sometimes that involves bad choices. Yeah, I'm pretty sure I've made some pretty bad choices. So in wrapping up, it's all about providing liberty and justice. That's where we started, liberty and justice for all. It's all about the pursuit of happiness. What is the pursuit of happiness? I would argue it's about the choices we make in our everyday life, honoring each other's individuality, our freedom of choice, our autonomy, our dignity, just as a human being on this planet, our will and preferences, using effective communication, decision-making, and of course, not just for some, not just for the people who happen to have the perfect circumstance, the perfect people in their life, right? But for all. So us doing our job to do all of these things. So this is your schedule for the rest of the day. You're going to hear from some great people today. Oh, it went too far. Oh, there we go. I'm going to hand it over to some of your Kansas experts and let them talk to you very specifically about efforts in Kansas, talking about charting the life course, talking about supported decision-making, what it is and isn't. And giving you an opportunity here from some folks who have lived. So as direct care staff and support staff for individuals. So just sort of looping back to my end, I provided some resources in that PowerPoint too, if you'd like to take a look at them. But really, I do believe that the time for change is now. And I think it's something we can all do. So it's not just in the World Congress. It's not just the National Summit. It's right here in Kansas. It's in your law. You have these options. You have these alternatives, and I would encourage you to use them. And I just want to reiterate one thing before I leave, which is Jennifer invited you very early on to either write on note cards or write down questions you have as we go along. Please do that, because at the end of the day, we're going to have a panel discussion and we're going to pull from those questions to make sure that any questions you have get answered before we leave here today. And I think that's it for me. Thank you for indulging me. I was pretty long-winded. Thanks.
It is on. The light is on. There we go. And if you're virtual and want to submit questions for the panel, please know that you can do that in the chat and we will get those written down and submitted as well. So thank you again, Elizabeth. And right now what I'd like to do is invite up our next presenters. We have a team. So the SDM team. And so that is Colin, Brad, Sean, and Mike. And we will get you set up. We have some lapel mics that we need to get put on. And we'd like to support you in doing so and then have you present. Again, we ask those that are watching on live stream and those in the room, we're going to save questions till the end, the last 10 minutes, and then we'll gather questions. So we're here to help. Up in front here. So we can move chairs out of the way. Yeah, we are not going on the stage because it's not friendly. We're not on the stage because it's not friendly. In front of the stage. Yeah, whatever we need to do. Thank you. Thank you. However you.
You were live. Yes. Yeah.
Yeah, sure. I can't have to help you out. Yeah, see mine. I did. I did. That to help out. I did.
You can turn it in a little bit. Yeah. That works. That good?
Yeah. Try and screw me if you want. Yeah, that one's fine.
The other thing is they have printouts, so you could have a printout. Okay, that's, I figured that might be easier.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah. Yeah, zipping it in. Okay. Okay, yeah, and I'll tell you when I need you to tell me. So. All right, everyone. We're gonna get started. Like I said, you heard me earlier when I was sitting over here. My name's Brad, and this is Colin, Evan, Sean, and Mike. And we're gonna talk to you today a little bit more about what supported decision making looks like in both everyday life for people with and without disabilities. And we are going to give some personal experiences, and we will talk about a lot of the benefits about what supported decision making is and is not. We've already talked about some of the myths between guardianship and supported decision making, but we're going to make this as informative as we possibly can. So, can you read the next?
So we wanted to, well, you'll hear us reiterating a lot of what Elizabeth was talking about. Her points are so salient, and also we collaborate with a lot of the same researchers, so read a lot of the same evidence. So just to kind of reiterate what she was saying from the United Nations Council on the Rights of Persons with Disability. That really, was one of those first places to really identify and name supported decision making as a practice, and to really, identify that that people, regardless of disability status, have the right to make decisions with the right supports in place, and so. From that came a definition of supported decision making as a process whereby a person with a disability, and I would argue it's a person because we all use this process for a lot of different decisions, is empowered to make and communicate decisions with respect to personal and legal matters. So that's the definition that we based a lot of our research and practice on. Our main focus has been to understand how people use supported decision making in their life. And that's been really the basis of our research and our definitional frameworks that we'll talk a little bit about. And then, as Brad said, we'll highlight a lot of that with personal experience.
You want to take some going?
I'm having difficulty.
Well, I think what Colin's going to talk to you about is who, people with intellectual disabilities can use to be their supported decision makers, and kind of some of the things that people can do to help them do that.
Okay, so as this is reiteration, it can be anybody. All right. I talked to my support worker Shelly on a daily. She comes over 2 days a week. We discuss any number of things. When she helps me go to the doctor. She helps explain medical procedures to me, and what they would do to me. And I talk about, I have an ABLE account. I am unable, I do not understand investment. I don't know how many people do, but I do not understand how to invest money. So my dad, we have he has a durable power of attorney for the ABLE account only. That took we had to go to a law firm to get that done. That did cost a bit of money. The one thing that we would like is to get a lower cost alternative, or make what is currently, I think after Elizabeth, we will reconsider whether we need a law or not. But we need to figure out ways then how to make the current Kansas law work for people, because there are way too many guardianships. I believe we're above the national average in the United States for guardianships. in Kansas. So we need to figure out a way how to better effectuate our current law. But my dad deals mostly with my able account, and he helps me understand what is the best course of action, because I just don't understand stuff of a financial nature. I can do day-to-day stuff. I have an app on my phone. I'm able to look at the amount of money in my account, in my bank account, and determine what I want to do with it. Sometimes my supporters may question what I do with it, but it's my money. I do what I want. I have a rep payee through an organization called R-Care. Again, I understand how to pay bills. I just have a few of them that it would be overwhelming. So they help me do that, and they help manage my Social Security benefits. And I mean, all these supports, some are free, some you have to pay a little bit, but I mean, they're out there, they work. I mean, I live my life, Brad lives his life. It's not that hard. I've been doing it for years.
Yeah.
I mean, since I've been approximately 18, and even before that, I was doing supported decision making. The UN just decided to put a name to it, which I think is good.
So, I'm just gonna go off on my own. And I like a lot of what Colin said, and it's true for me as well. But I also say that one of the things I know we talked about building your supports, and one of the things for me, and it could be true for everyone, is the fact that you can make your supports as many people as you want, or you can make it as few. I prefer to keep mine fairly small because, first of all, I don't want everybody knowing my business. And second of all, if I had 10 people or anything like that, I would lose track of who I talk to. And I don't want to keep repeating myself when I'm doing it. So I have medical power of attorneys already set up. I have financial. I have that all set up, but I keep it within a group of about 5 people. And it really works. And the cool thing about supported decision making too is that it doesn't have to stay the same. Like we say, when I get older, say another 10 years, I'm gonna have to change maybe what my supported decision plan looks like because of health issues or whatever may come along. And with guardianship, you can't do that at all. So it's like, I'd rather do the least restrictive thing that I possibly can. And so this works well. And it's just that and the cool thing is that if you find the right people and they'll support you in the decisions that you make, it works really well. And as you get older as well too, the other thing that we mentioned is that you could always bring in other supporters along the way because people may leave or go on to do other things. And I mentioned it while we were, another way that I've done it, a little different than Colin. I've been able to pick up a lot of natural supports out in the community. I don't really call them part of my supported decision-making team, but I do include maybe some of their ideas or some of their issues that they may think may be affecting me. So having people that you don't pay is an awesome thing. Because I don't like the idea of having to pay people to be your friends or be your supporters. So this is a great option. So I'm gonna pass it on to Evan for a minute. And is there another? Yeah, there. I'll let you go ahead and take that one. Cause I
So we want this will be just kind of reinforcing a lot of what Elizabeth talked about earlier in terms of, you know, a lot of the research around, you know, one of the reasons that we really are big proponents of supported decision making is because it's a way to create opportunities for using self-determination. And a lot of research over the last 20 years has really shown that people, and we define self-determination as making or causing things to happen in your life. And so we talk about making or causing things to happen because we recognize that none of us are self-determined on our own, that we all need supports to be self-determined. So a big part of self-determination for all of us can be enabling supports to act on our behalf or support us to move us closer to our goals, to move us forward in life. So, and then we know from, you know, from research over the last 20, 30 years that people who are more self-determined, who show greater degrees of self-determination, are healthier, they're employed more often. You know, all of these outcomes that we really want for ourselves and everybody, the people we're supporting, you know, more well-adjusted, live in the community where they want to live. And as Elizabeth pointed out, you know, that safety piece, that people who are more self-determined, the research has shown that are also better to recognize and resist abuse and neglect. So it's you know, I think it's self-determination has been a really powerful, shown to be a really powerful force in people's life. And using supported decision making is an excellent way to promote opportunities for expressing self-determination. Do you want to take this one? Or?
Yeah, I'll take it. Okay. Another way to look at supported decision making is you also have to know whether the person is good at making decisions or has the ability to. And the other reason why people may need supported decision making is, and I'll use a different example. Sometimes one of the demands of the decisions are a little hard sometimes just to go out and make a whim and a decision. And one of the areas that I sometimes feel like I need to make an informed choice is on medical decisions. Sometimes when, for example, let's say you're not feeling good one day, and I've had that happen where you might say, oh, something doesn't feel quite right. Like for an example, maybe the feelings of the start of a heart attack or something like that. And then you go into this little bit of panic as to whether you should go to the hospital or whether you should just let it go by and see what happens. So sometimes those demands on how hard the decision may be, it may be easier to have other people be a part of that decision. I'm willing to take, if I talk to some people I really respect within my group, and if they tell me to go to the hospital, guess where I'm going? I'm going to the hospital. So it helps that way to take the demand off of you. And even though I might have already made the decision to go to the hospital, there's nothing wrong with having other people there to support you when it comes to talking to doctors and everything else, so that they know what's going on as well. Because I've also found that it's awfully hard to, the other thing that I do, and Colin, you said that you have someone go to the doctor appointments with you. I do it just the opposite. I go to the doctor on my own so that the doctors are forced to talk to me only. Because if I bring someone into the room and they're sitting there, guess who they talk to? And I have to remind the doctors that they're only here to support me. They're not here to make my decisions for me. So that's a little different there. So, and then you just look for just different areas of, and we've talked about this too, within our research that we found as well, is that you just figure out what areas you need help in. And I don't need help in every decision I make. Sometimes I feel like maybe I should, because I've had some crazy decisions lately, especially around driving a chair. I can't pass it up. I was out a couple weeks ago driving up to campus and I hit a pothole and I landed on the street. And so I thought, okay, I learned my lesson. Fire department came, picked me up, put me back in my chair, went to work. And about 10 days later, I was up on campus and they had these poles that were supposed to be still, you know how some places you have to go between some poles between two buildings. And they had this one that didn't have a cover on top of it. And it had a metal post, little one, sticking out on the ground. And I hit it with my chair and I landed on the ground again. So, and this goes back to this other one. Nobody thinks about it too. Supported decision-making can be risky. I take risk every day being out and about, as hard as I am on my vehicles and my chair. But I want to tell you too, it's how you live your life. And so I'm willing, and Colin in his own way, we're willing. Supported decision-making is not perfect. And the things that we do to live our life, you have to adjust your plans as you go along.
I'm gonna skip ahead here just a little bit, and we're off script, which is always the best part. So, we just wanted to reinforce what Brad was saying too, with thinking about, there's about thinking about the decisions, because I see a lot of people in here who may be supporting people to make decisions and using supported decision making. And one of the things that we always like to stress is to really think through the demands of the decision that are being made, because there's lots of different types of decisions. And even, thinking about even financial and medical decisions, there's a lot of differences in the types of decisions that are made within there. So, just kind of thinking about, in terms of the demand, is the information that a person is receiving to make a decision, is it in plain language? Is it in a way that a person can understand? And then also thinking about the risk and complexity of the decision. Is it something that, for me, if I'm, making a routine medical decision on something, that I may not need as much support. But if I'm, making a decision about what type of surgery I'm going to have, I'm going to need to talk to my doctor. I want to talk to other people that have had the procedure before, to really understand the risks and the benefits of each one of those. And so as you're, kind of developing that supported decision-making team, like I think it's really important to think about the demands of different decisions, who you want to bring in to different types of decisions that are being made. And I think the other thing that's really important too, and this kind of gets at some of that, especially the complexity piece of it, how hard decisions are, is how much opportunity has the person had to make similar types of decisions? Because, decisions that are can be very hard the first time you make them. But the more you make a decision, the more you learn from that decision and become better at making similar decisions in the future. So just, things to keep in mind as you're building out the supports that you need for your team related to the demands of the decision. And just to kind of also reiterate what Brad was saying, a lot of the research that we do kind of starts from a social ecological model of disability. And what that really means is that we first look, it's a strengths-based way of looking at supports for people, to really start with, as Brad was saying, like, what are the demands in this case of decisions? What are the demands of the decision? Has the person made those have experience making those decisions before? What's the capacity based on the decision that's being made? And when there's a mismatch, there's a need for support in there. And that support then, wrong button, then is individualized. It's based on the person and their experiences. It's based on the type of decisions we talked about. It's nothing that if I'm making a medical decision, I have to use this type of support. It's very dependent on the person who's part of their support team, and that kind of thing. And then when that individualized system is in place, and Colin and Brad have talked, and we'll talk more about the systems of supports that are in place, it improves outcomes. People become better at making decisions. People become more self-determined, and recognize a lot of those benefits from being more self-determined in terms of quality of life, employment outcomes, community living outcomes, things like that.
Well, hello, and I'm Mike Burgess. I'm the Director of Policy and Outreach at the Disability Rights Center of Kansas. And I am going to be very brief with this because Elizabeth actually did a much better job of covering this to begin with. And I'm going to ask her for permission to borrow from her slides as we do future sessions on this. But again, this slide just illustrates, there is a continuum. And as Elizabeth said too, before you jump to guardianship, you need to have considered all the other alternatives, all the other less restrictive alternatives. And so again, on the least restrictive side of things, supported decision-making, that again, as I've heard Colin and Brad both say, and they're appropriating it to the United Nations, coming up with the complicated name for something we all do all the time. We previously were blaming researchers on this. That was kind of the inside joke as I sit here on a panel with a couple of researchers. But again, that's a situation where you seek out and get advice and help to make decisions, but the individual retains decision-making authority. As you move over to the more restrictive side of the ledger here, it specifies, you have in the middle, you have situations where somebody sets up in specific settings or specific people to make specific types of decisions on your behalf. So again, that could be a living will, that could be a special needs trust, durable powers of attorney for healthcare, a power of attorney. In some situations, you could have a rep payee. In Kansas, we actually don't have limited guardianship. You could have a guardian plan within a guardianship, but we just have, it's a one size fits all approach to guardianship, and probably 98% they sign over all the decision-making authority to a guardian. And so again, that should be the last resort in all situations. But unfortunately, as we hear about in a number of situations, including in a hospital setting for elders, if they, for whatever reason, aren't deemed to have capacity to sign an application, I mean, I kid you not, to sign an application, they go to court to petition for guardianship for that individual. And yeah, that's all too common. We had heard about that just this week, as a matter of fact, in meeting with some hospital social workers. So again, and not on this list is a conservator. So in Kansas, a guardian is limited in the amount of assets they can manage on behalf of the ward or the person who they've gone to court to remove decision-making authority from. In Kansas, we have is everyone familiar with Britney Spears and the Free Britney movement? She was under an unnecessary conservatorship to manage assets on her behalf. So throw conservatorship right there with guardianship as far as the most restrictive. And so again, we all need to learn from those things. And I liked Elizabeth's, the 5 things that we can do today. We all need to, when we leave here today, we need to go back and do those 5 things. So, all right, next slide. And kind of Elizabeth covered a couple of these as well, but we'll go into a little more detail because there are, at the Disability Rights Center a few years ago, we did a survey of nearly 1,700 people with disabilities, family members, providers, a wide variety of folks. And we saw the pervasiveness of some of these myths that came out in that survey. And then as we've also at the Disability Rights Centers, we've worked with, and I know I see, Tammy from Families Together is here as well. They do a lot of work. We hear from parents over and over and over again that they hear from, again, the professionals. I mean, these are the people who they know and trust, who are the experts. They are told you can't come to the IEP meeting or access, any of the educational records unless you have a guardianship. Have you gotten your guardianship yet? Well, what are parents supposed to do in that situation? Well, for a number of parents that I know, they've been told, they've told those same professionals over and over again, we don't want a guardianship. My son or daughter doesn't need one. And then 3 weeks later, have you gotten your guardianship yet? And so it's hard. But again, that is a myth. You can attend IEP meetings. It just takes a release. Or as they've said, they have to point to the person and say, yeah, I want help from this person or that person. And so again, with medical, legal, and other records, again, a simple release. It could be an additional signer on a bank account. I mean, there are a number of situations where it's really easy to do. You don't have to go to court and do it. And it's just kind of really interesting too, because these same professionals are the ones who for 17 years, 355 days have been part of a team to help make this person as self-sufficient, as included, they are part of the team to help develop this person. And then all of a sudden we're going to say, yeah, you've got to spend $4,000. You have to go to court and make a case on why the court needs to take away every decision, all of their decision-making authority. I mean, it's just so counter to everything else that we all are working to do with our friends and family members. So it's just counter that. So another myth is that guardianship will protect people from financial, physical, and other abuse. And the research has shown that is not true, that the more self-determined an individual is, the more likely they are to be able to recognize and resist situations that they're likely to be taken advantage of or abused or neglected. So another myth is that parents can start with guardianship and it's easy to remove it if it's not needed. Yeah, no, it's a 15-minute court hearing to set it up. And then it can take years and years if you're ever able to reverse it. I mean, and it's cost. So another thing a lot of people don't realize too is that guardians can charge for their time. So you think, oh, hey, we need help. This, my son or daughter or somebody needs help. Well, if they're on Social Security and they're on a fixed income, they probably need all of their income. They don't need a guardian billing and nickel and diming and taking, half of their SSI benefits. It can be a chunk. And so just keep that in mind too. And so let's move on. We can move on to the next slide.
And I was just going to say real quick, I'm the parent of a 21-year-old with intellectual disability and autism, and he is his own guardian. But, and that's a strong belief that my wife and I have for him, except that we have had to fight every step of the way, every system we've encountered to say he's going to be his own guardian. The school people tried to convince us that we needed guardianship. And I finally had to put my foot down and say some magic words and say, no, we're signing, or he's going to sign a release, and we're going to come to the IEP meetings, and we're done. We're not talking about that again. When we've encountered VR, encountered Priettes, encountered in the medical system, everybody says, does he have a guardian? And one of my strong beliefs about this, I've been around the DD system for 25 years. And, you know, the people who help people in the DD system work for the person. The person is in charge of the services they get. But how many times are you around a provider where somebody wants to do something and they say, well, we'll have to ask your guardian? The way that your child is going to be most protected and to be able to have the most person-centered life is to be their own guardian, because then that service provider is working for them, that medical provider is working for them. There's no knowledge that they have diminished capacity. And as Evan was talking about with the medical social workers, there are real questions if somebody walks into an emergency room and has a guardianship, whether they're going to actually treat somebody or have to decide what's going to happen. If a person's their own guardian, it's just like anybody else walking in, they're going to get treatment, and they're going to be able to assent to their treatment. And so, and the final thing I'll just say, my wife and I's big fear is that he's an only child. We don't have a natural person in place that might be able to be his guardian who's a family member. And so our fear is that we're going to die and he'll be 40, 50 years old. And if he has a guardian, somebody's going to just appoint somebody to be his guardian that doesn't know him and will take money to charge for that and will make decisions that are not in his best interest. So we very much want him to be his own guardian as much as possible. So I just want to emphasize that, how important it is that those guardianship decisions to stand up and to resist the pull that people are trying to, if you're a parent, trying to get you to get guardianship of your kid.
Yeah. I mean, and I had, to Sean's, you know, a number of us probably know him too, but there was an individual whose daughter, you know, they were told over and over again, you know, get your guardian. Have you gotten your guardianship? And his daughter attends college out of state. You know, she needs support. You know, she has supports. She did not need a guardian. I mean, and they were told over and over again. I mean, and guilted. I mean, they were made to feel bad because they didn't get a guardianship for their daughter that didn't need one. I mean, and it's just, so we've got a lot of work to do. That's the takeaway. I want you to walk away from this. And so on this slide, you know, it should only be used as a method of last resort. I mean, that period. And after all other, you know, and we've seen, I mean, there's a big list of alternatives that absolutely need to be considered before a guardianship is placed. And unfortunately, often are not. You know, we've got work to do with judges. We've got work to do with others in the legal community. You know, in the medical setting. I mean, we were just, again, presenting with a group of doctors, and, you know, the scenarios that they provided, you know, we posed the question back, you know, if you remove the word disability, you know, how would you treat that person? And it should be the same. And so we've got to reframe some of the discussion around this on, you know, to treat people as people and not people with disabilities as different, because legally someone is presumed to have capacity unless somebody has petitioned the court and the court has found that they lack capacity. You know, and there can be nuances in a healthcare setting and in certain settings too, where ethically they have additional needs that they need to consider as far as if somebody in that moment is able to understand. But, you know, that's kind of a nuanced thing, you know, so in general, someone has capacity, you need to treat them that way unless a court has found they lack it. So let's move on. Hopefully. I think it's. Yep, go ahead. Next slide, please. There we go. All right, and again, we've kind of covered all of these earlier today, so I'll jump through them quickly. But again, some of those alternatives are, it could be a rep payee, and that deals specifically with Social Security benefits And I know folks, this may be something that they need some help managing that check and paying some of their bills every month with that to make sure that they're happen. But again, they don't necessarily need a guardian. If they can have somebody help with that particular area, they could set up a power of attorney. And again, this is an option where you typically, if you Google power of attorney, you can spend several hours. And at the end of that, you may know less than you did at the beginning, but essentially you go work with an attorney and they will set up specific settings or specific scenarios. It could be a springing power of attorney where if you're incapacitated, then the person that you're assigning those decision-making authority to can make decisions on your behalf, or it could be where it applies all the time. So there's different types of powers of attorney. And again, where you can specify what they do in those specific settings. And so it's worth it. You're looking at typically a couple hours of billable time for the attorney. So that's, probably a few $100 as opposed to the $4,000 or $5,000 for guardianship. The specific type of a power attorney is a power attorney for healthcare. And again, where you pick a person who's or people who are going to make decisions in certain setting and again, if it's a springing, if you're incapacitated, if you're for whatever reason unable to make a decision, that person can make healthcare decisions on your behalf. Guardianship and conservatorship. Again, with the guardianship, they make, in 98% of the cases in Kansas, go to court, the court finds you're incapable of making decisions, they assign a guardian, that guardian has the ability to make all the decisions on your behalf. Now, hopefully a good guardian will take into account the decisions that the ward can make, and they should work on developing that decision-making ability. But that, isn't always, there's no way of, no method of securing that happens or ensuring that happens. There's no oversight or minimal oversight anyway. All right, so now we'll jump back and to Brad and Colin.
Yeah, go right ahead.
Sure.
Yeah.
We've seen a lot of those, and what happens, at least in the IE system, is I think parents are being encouraged to use those because they don't have resources to file for guardianship. But they're used the same way. There's not any education about, can you revoke them at any time or how you revoke them at any time. So they're just restricted. And I was interested when I saw the hierarchy of less restrictive. I didn't expect it to see at the end of there. But there needs to probably be some education about those durable power attorneys if they're not used to it.
Yeah. Sure. So the question was about the need for education around durable powers of attorney, because often individuals are not educated, and those who are receiving and get handed a power of attorney about what the process is for revoking them and how they can be revoked. And yeah, and those are great points, because with the durable power of attorney, those are in effect, but they can be revoked anytime. And we just had the session with our legal director, and he was talking about this. They're revoked in kind. So typically you have to sign, the parties would have to sign it, or the person who creates it signs it, and then it has to be notarized. So you have to do notary, but it can be revoked in kind. So the person at any time can revoke that power of attorney, and they do it the same way. They just do it in writing. They sign it and have to get a notary. And then at that point, they also need to notify the person who is no longer the power of attorney, notify them as well of that. But that can happen. And the other thing of that people don't know, if you assign a power of attorney, they are under no legal obligation to use that power of attorney. So even though you have somebody who you're authorizing to make decisions on your behalf, there's nothing that requires them to do it. So that's, again, part of that need for education. But, and it's for anyone who's worked on a house or a car, having the right tool can make all the difference. And if nothing else, if you walk away from today, understanding that there's lots of different tools, and none of them are the Swiss Army knife that's going to help you build a house in a day. That they are not the magic bullet or magic tool to do it, but in certain situations, they can be the right tool. And so understanding the variety of tools and making sure that you have them at your disposal and use them appropriately is the other key thing.
Yeah.
So thanks.
The other thing I'd emphasize is that a lot of times people end up with guardianships or powers of attorney that are used wrongly because somebody has taken a risk or made a mistake or had something adverse happen in their life, just like every person in this room has had happened when they're 18, 19, 20, 21. But for some reason, our kids, whether it's intellectual disabilities or autism or who have mental health challenges, something really bad happens to them. And the assumption is made, we're going to go and it's that easy to get a guardianship. And the problem is there are a lot of kids out there, and I've heard them talk, who are aware that, well, if I make one more mistake, my mom's going to get guardianship. And we hear them talk about that a lot, especially kids who are involved in juvenile justice or who have a lot of mental health challenges. And so when you think about how do I help somebody gain the self-determination skills to grow, well, if I'm under threat of guardianship or losing my rights, I'm not going to grow. I'm not going to take risks, and I'm probably going to be pretty stagnant or not go out and do the things I should do to become an adult. And so we have to be really cognizant too of, like you talked about the DPOAs being used wrongly in guardianships. Sometimes guardianships are also a threat or that holds people back from wanting to take risk, especially our folks that are really aware that I have rights and my mom says she's going to take them away. And I've actually been in situations where I've had service providers heard service providers tell somebody, well, if you do that again, I'm sure you're going to have a guardian appointed, which is talk about using something the wrong way. But that absolutely is what we've seen happen to some people.
Yep. You want to take a little bit there, Colin?
This, can y'all hear me?
Yeah.
Okay, so I don't think any of my family members that I've talked to would, it has never been discussed for me to have guardianship, but there always has been questions about, what's it look like when, mom and dad die. And but I think right now of course, it's going to change as I get older. And I think because we were going to tell you that we do have a bill introduced. We introduced it last year to get supported decision making. But I think the question has changed. How do we convince the court system, the legal system in our state to actually read current law? Because
There you go.
It's like because okay, I'm thinking if you're gonna spend $4,000, and a judge is just gonna say, is it these? Knows it, like, are they checking a box? Do they have stamp? I mean, how do you do this? That we have so many in our state? If our current guardianship law says that you have to look at all alternatives, I guess the question has truly changed. What do we need to do to make sure the court system in particular is reading the law? And when, like parents, when schools, when whatever goes on, one of the things I'm also on is a transition group from school to adulthood. And one of the things that we were talking about, and I will bring this up, we're working with the gentleman, Jonathan Martinez, out of Syracuse, New York, on how do we get information into people's hands, students, parents. Like for Kansas, I've thought of having an app, on your smartphone, so that you're in an IEP meeting and the school district says you need to do this, well, they're able to look at their smartphone and say, no, I don't. You know, it's like, and they're like, you know, because I think this has been sort of ingrained over the years. I mean, I'm dating myself, but I graduated in about 2003, and then transition for me ended in 2005. And I mean, it's like they're just checking boxes. And I think that's still going on. Instead, we need to make it ourselves more, quote unquote, complicated for the powers that be, the institutions, instead of just taking this easy road of guardianship. Plus, I don't got $4,000. Where the hell am I gonna get that? You know, and just educate these people, or make these people understand that there are alternatives that need to be talked about. I know I'm preaching to the choir here, but we need to get with the legal community, I think, is more, because we've talked to the medical community and they still need a lot of help. I think it's just these sort of ingrained things, and they keep throwing up these weird Rubik's cubes of things. Well, what about this situation where the person is, not able to effectively communicate because they did come in the emergency room and may have forgotten their communication device or whatever, or it might have been busted in the accident, or so I think there are a lot more. I've come out of here with a few more questions than answers, but the thing that we want to emphasize is that if both Brad and I can have supported decision making to our in different degrees in our lives, anybody can. I mean, that's what this is all about right here. I mean, his may be a bit more, I don't want to say formal, but he has medical durable powers of attorney. I never thought of doing that. I've only got one financial thing, and such like that. Our thing also is just to get the cost of this down, supported decision making, whether it's in law or not. We want a cheaper thing, so we're not having to spend $4,000, $100, whatever, to get what we need to live our lives.
Hey, Colin, I just wanted to follow up there. It almost sounded like you were saying that the legal system and the court system might need supports for their
Yes.
decision making.
Yes.
Okay. Just wanted to be sure.
That judges, and I don't know, can we require the courts to do something? As we have learned from Elizabeth, that we can, can we, when we're in that guardianship situation, when we're in the courtroom, can we say, no, Your Honor, the Americans with Disabilities Act says this, can we take the court to court? There you go. That's pretty good. Is the question, can we take them to court and make the Kansas judicial system have to stop and read what the legislature has done. And I'd just like to meet these judges who, sign off on these guardianships, because, it just is baffling to me that no one's ever actually stopped and looked at the law itself and said to parent, or whatever the guardian, who's ever petitioning, have you actually done this? Or are they all in cahoots and, or something like that? Because I've never seen it. I'd just like to know how this is done.
Yep.
So.
Well, when you shut your computer down and you haven't saved something, there's a box that comes up and says, are you sure you want to shut down? Why isn't there a box when somebody tries to get guardianship? This is, are you sure you want to do this? Or a stopgap before it happens for judges to have to follow. And where's the legal standard that's set for giving somebody an unnecessary guardianship as legal malpractice? I think that's a direction our state, as Colin was saying, probably needs to look at going if we want to stop this number of guardianships and promote supported decision-making.
Yes.
No, there it is. I'm going to jump in and stay on track for, I'm sorry, say it. 3 mics. Thank you. Questions? I don't think all foods at all.
There we go. I don't think they're all in cahoots. I do think that a judge has a really hard time because they only see what's in front of them, to Mike's point earlier, for 10 or 15 minutes. I think the key is, I agree with this gentleman in front of me, Steve, talking about education. I think both about what the alternatives are, supported decision-making, powers of attorney, what they are and what they aren't, right? And what the individual's rights are, and making sure that the individual who has given that authority to someone else understands what their rights are and what they can and can't do. Let me go back though to the in the cahoots, and can we take courts to court? I think what's happened is we've passed down knowledge over generations about what guardianships are for versus using them for what their intended purpose was. Judges only know what is argued in front of them for those 10 or 15 minutes. And I think the key is, one, putting some interventions in place, a stopgap or something that makes people stop and say, what's needed here? How about a mediation, not in the traditional, way of looking at it as we're just going to find the happy medium here. But what if we had a mediation that brought all of the different players to the table and said, let's create some integrated support plan here, right? Before you go to guardianship, someone who facilitated that process for it was triggered when a petition was filed. The other thing I think we need is more training for attorneys who are arguing on and against adult guardianships, right? And in fact, I was working with DD Council on some opportunities for doing exactly that. The ABA is creating actually an attorney handbook against adult guardianship, sort of how to, what are the motions? How do you create a record? How do you use lay witnesses? How do you, like, all of that? But that's after an intervention has not been made, right? But I do think, Colin, that there is an opportunity here to say, the time for change is now. Change how we're using guardianship, change how we're defending those cases, and training lawyers, providing CLE programs. I do think there's an opportunity here.
Mm-hmm.
Any online?
system and has never been on like the consent, just,
Jennifer?
okay, they go through the system and things don't work out right to high school and they're getting ready to graduate. Right, and then they're told, well, he needs to be on a guardianship because they wonder, he's not, his health and medical benefits has been paid by his parents. So if they've never been told until he's getting ready to turn 18, saying, okay, who's going to pay the and they ask, who's going to pay the medical benefits? And they say, well, he needs a guardianship. What happens then? Well, I mean, let's say he's been, in some high schools, they give you this
Mhm.
fourth hour, fifth hour job to work class
Yeah.
or whatever. And he's been working since he's been 14 and he's gotten a paycheck.
Yeah.
Okay. But he's been covered medically by his parents.
Yeah, so.
Then what happens when he turns 18?
So yes, there's a complexity there, there's a guardianship would have nothing to do with whether they're going to get Medicaid or medical benefits.
Okay.
To get Medicaid in Kansas, you have to, as an adult, you have to be declared disabled by Social Security. So you'd have to qualify for that. If somebody's we have this happen, we have kids with disabilities who've been working and they don't have an obvious Down syndrome, Fragile X, or something that's documentable like that. It's something that's hard to quantify. And sometimes kids like with autism don't qualify for SSI the first, second, even third time they apply, especially if they've been working. And that causes a challenge because they don't have access to Medicaid, and then they don't have access. They can't be served, in our IDD waiver system because they're not disabled according to Social Security, even though they clearly need support and services. Kansas is one of the states that has not expanded Medicaid. The role of Medicaid expansion would be for adults who are struggling and need health insurance, would provide that for them. But because we haven't expanded Medicaid, that's not available to people here. So the only way for that adult to get Medicaid would be to qualify for SSI or be declared disabled by Social Security. And so that's the big challenge. Guardianship.
I used to work for the SRS office.
Mhm.
And I did the food stamps and I also did the Medicare cards, or
Mhm.
not Medicare cards for kids with in families that didn't have
Mhm.
health care. But I remember the last time I worked, there was a case where the kids went through the system. They had to have special education and stuff. And they were getting ready, right before I left, they were getting ready to turn 18. And it was like, well, what happens to the health care and that type of stuff for that child when they turn 18?
Yeah, well, it depends. That's, if they're on the S chip, Medicaid as a
Yeah, but they
child.
they didn't get Medicaid. They haven't applied for disability
Yeah,
or any of that.
And so nothing would happen. That's why it's so important for, that's why transition services in schools and other places are important, because you have to start, before kids turn 18 to getting documentation of their disability. All of this, which are hard things to do sometimes. And
I don't
cost
think
money.
they got any education or any information about that.
But the important part about that is guardianship doesn't have, whether if the court could still somehow award a guardianship of that person, Social Security doesn't care that they have a guardian. And I'll also say one of the other guardianship myths, who else doesn't care a kid has a guardian? The justice system. If I'm an 18-year-old with a disability and I have a guardian and I do something that I'm going to jail for, they don't care. They're going to jail. They're going to be treated the exact same way everybody else is. And we even have issues with people who have mental health and have a lot of medications, getting appropriate medications when in jail. So just the fact that I have a guardian doesn't protect me from the justice system, doesn't protect me, Social Security doesn't care. Guardianship is this independent thing. I'm just taking somebody's rights away. It doesn't give very many other benefits.
I know we're running up against lunch, but I want to get one more in.
Mine was just more of a comment. As a teacher for USD 259, I was not aware that there was anything other than guardianship available. I'm with the younger kids, so it's not like not my go-to. I'm not the high school kids. I'm not the middle school kids. I'm the younger kids, and I am a special needs teacher. But have you guys thought of like doing an in-service for the high school, like sped teachers so that they know, so they're not pushing the parents to do guardianships. It would be very good information for them.
Actually, state KSDE, based on a lot of input from people in the system a few years ago, brought together a work group to change the transition policies of
Good,
KSDE.
good.
And I think that happened officially in 2019, where the State Board of Education adopted them. Part of that change is changing how guardianship is discussed during that transition process.
Okay.
So that's actually in KSDE policy, but what's not there, like what Elizabeth says, across the board is education. And there needs to be so much more education of families and educators and all points of the system
Mhm.
about these guardianship alternatives, or that we don't have to have guardianship. It's not a
It's
remedy.
like during our in-services, it would be great to do like like this in a Zoom meeting for all 259 special education teachers. No, and they just, I've never even heard about it. Like, it's just, that's what I assumed was supposed to happen. Like, I never knew there were options.
There's not any one
Right.
forum for us to do that. So I've done, I mean, all of us, we've done a number of sessions in a variety. I mean, we've presented at the Special Education Association.
There was a work group on transition. We've done sessions at that had, educators from across the state. I mean, there around 150 at that particular session. That was Nikki's work group on transition. And so, yeah, we would welcome opportunities to do outreaches like that, but there's just not any one that we can say, okay, we're going to hit them all.
So I would say this, all it takes is one person, one step at a time, and you're that person. No pressure. The other thing I would say is this, understanding that you work with a younger generation, right? When you wait until, to your point, when individuals, when families, whether the individual who is needing support or the family who's trying to help them, to support them, to create a support team, when they only learn about this information when they're 17, 18, 19, 20, 21, you're right. You're already sort of in crisis mode. And so it's harder. It's not impossible. It's just harder. It's more challenging. What I would argue is that look at these experts you have here, right here, who live here, and invite them to come to your school and talk to people, talk to teachers, talk to parents, and talk to them young. It's a lens, because not only do we have to, all of us, look at it as a way to maintain human rights, dignity of choice, so forth and so on. We have to help individuals learn how to have a supported decision-making team. We have to give them the opportunity to figure that. We have to start young, kindergarten. Start that with that lens. What does supported decision-making look like from as early as you can possibly start, so that by the time they get to transition age, they're used to being able to say, I make my own decisions, and that's the person who helps me, or persons, right? Yeah. So you're it.
I want to thank you by coming over here.
Okay, I'm going to be the one that has a different opinion. I understand supported decision making, and I understand it's going to be a wonderful thing for a lot of people. I'm in a situation where this would not work for my child. My child is so severe that we cannot do supported decision making. I wish we could, but this won't work for us. I wish we could have him in the community. For the last 4 years, he has been a residential student at Heart Spring. He spent 9 months before that in Lake Mary in a PRTF. In the last 5 years, since May of 2017, he has lived in the community for 134 days. KDADS doesn't think we need to be in Parsons State Hospital. That is my fight right now. So to say that we need to keep everyone in the community, we cannot say that blanket statement. I am fighting to keep my son safe and to keep the community safe. And that is what saying that everybody needs to be in the community is hurting, is for those families like mine who have a severe child with autism and intellectual developmental disabilities is hurting. And we have got to stop that saying that everybody needs to be in the community. And that's I will step off my soapbox so we can go to lunch, but that's just what I needed to say. And I support everybody that can do this. I do, I truly do. And that's why I'm here. I work in this field. I work with Casey. I do. I just would like everybody to understand there are families like mine that cannot be in the community for their child and would love nothing more than to have their child in the community. Thank you.
Thank you for
And so one of the things, going back a little bit, one of the first things Elizabeth said with this is, and I said it as well, it's the right tool for the right situation. And so, yeah, this isn't a perfect tool for everything. It's not a Swiss Army knife. But, as we were developing a proposed legislation, we tried to envision how supported decision-making could work together with guardianship and be used inside a guardianship in cases. Because there are folks, you go to a court one time, that individual may need a guardian now. I mean, and this is not your situation, but in some situations, they may need a guardian now. Things change over the course of a lifetime. And so if you practice supported decision-making in a situation where somebody does need a guardian right now, that can help them possibly get to where they can have more self-determination, because it's a continuum. It's not a one size fits all one thing. And so we are sympathetic and do recognize that guardianship is an important tool, but it's a tool. We need to help people understand there are other tools as well. And so it's about finding the right tool for any given situation. So I thank you for speaking and sharing your situation and reminding us, that it is a continuum and we need all the tools.
Thank you, everyone, for presenting and the great questions and feedback and comments. So lunch is out in the hallway. If you have dietary needs that you said that you needed, allergies, whatever, please see Lisa for that. She will have your lunch held aside. So what I'm going to ask you to do is go out and get it and bring it back. If you're virtual and in the room, we will be pulling up some videos for you to watch in a presentation. Give us a minute, because technology is what it is, and I'm around, and tech tends to hate Jen. So give it a second. And there's water, there's iced tea. In the building, there is a soda machine for $1 if you need your soda fix. So there's coffee and water in here as well. Also, your panel cards while you're eating, please, if you haven't had a chance, fill out a panel card, message in for a panel question. We'll get it on a card and then collect them. Thank you all for such a dedicated morning, and go get lunch.
I mean, it helps in many, many ways. To know you're not alone, I think is the biggest piece.
Is launching Supporting You, which is our peer-to-peer support network. And why don't we start for families that have children with special health care needs? Because we know that individual and family support is really critical to overall health.
My child has cystic fibrosis, and to talk to another mom who has a kiddo with the same disease, we get each other. So it's huge. It's mental health support, it's laughter, it's relief, helps with depression. I mean, it helps in many, many ways. To know you're not alone, I think is the biggest piece.
Many times, of course, we don't take care of ourselves as parents, especially if your child has special health care needs. And so
Able to start the video? You're ready?
Yeah, I just need.
One of the things we're talking about today is launching Supporting You, which is our peer-to-peer support network. And why don't we start for families that have children with special health care needs? Because we know that individual and family the things we're talking about today is launching Supporting You, which is our peer-to-peer support network. And why don't we start for families that have children with special health care needs? Because we know that Individual and family support is really critical to overall health.
My child has cystic fibrosis, and to talk to another mom who has a kiddo.
Today is launching Supporting You, which is our peer-to-peer support network. And why don't we start for families that have children with special health care needs? Because we know that individual and family support is really critical to overall health.
My child has
Okay, everybody, I hope you've got your lunch and you're kind of settled in. We're going to really quick share a YouTube video that we have for Supporting You. I'm going to talk to you just a little bit about it. I will make it brief, I promise. And then we'll show you another video about ABLES. And then please socialize and finish up your lunch, and we'll get started again a little bit later after that. So if you want to go ahead and start the video.
One of the things we're talking about today is launching Supporting You, which is our peer-to-peer support network. And why don't we start for families that have children with special health care needs? Because we know that individual and family support is really critical to overall health.
My child has cystic fibrosis, and to talk to another mom who has a kiddo with the same disease, we get each other. So it's huge. It's mental health support, it's laughter, it's relief, helps with depression. I mean, it helps in many, many ways. To know you're not alone, I think is the biggest piece.
Many times, of course, we don't take care of ourselves as parents, especially if your child has special health care needs. And so I think that it's gonna help relieve a lot of that stress, a lot of that unknown. Like, I don't know what this diagnosis means. I know what they're telling me at the doctor's office. I know the medical name of this, but I don't know beyond that. Like, I don't know what tomorrow is gonna bring.
My oldest had to have a craniotomy. That's a big deal. So being able to talk to someone and knowing, you know, this is what to expect. This is what you're gonna see when you get home. These are the things you're gonna have to deal with. But I would also, now that I know that this program is available, I would like to be able to give that gift to somebody else.
I know I'm not alone, and I feel confident in that, so I can reach out and ask for help, and it's okay. And that there are others that are doing that too.
If you're a parent with to a child with special health care needs, you have a lot of knowledge that you don't realize that you have, and you have a lot of gifts to give and a lot of knowledge to share.
Like, just to have another person there saying, oh yeah, we remember that. And, or maybe you don't even talk about that diagnosis necessarily, but just what's going on in life in general.
You know, your experience is important, it matters, and it could benefit somebody else.
Okay, that was our Supporting You video. KDHE a few years ago developed a program called Supporting You. And I'm not sure, are you gonna be able to get up the slides? Okay, they're pulling up slides, but I'm just gonna go ahead and tell you about it, and we'll catch the slides up where we need. This was really developed to be an informal peer-to-peer support program. We talked to many families. Our Family Advisory Council is the one that actually developed Supporting You, because they kept telling us, we need others that we can talk to. We need that informal support. And we want it in a variety of ways. And so through that feedback from them, we started working with them, and they gave us the criteria for exactly how they wanted this to look. This is something that they monitor on a regular basis as well, to make sure it's having the effect that they want it to. So as you can see, this is kind of what our opening to Supporting You would look like if you went to our website. Thank you. And so when you look at Supporting You, it is basically, it's about a peer-to-peer networking. It's about the informal supports. These supporting peers that sign up for this are parents with lived experiences that are willing to share their experiences with others, and kind of walk that journey with somebody else that's beginning that journey. Connections can be made on a variety of ways. It doesn't have to be, this is my child's disability and, our children have the same disability. It could be, it's a single parent. It could be my child is getting ready to enter kindergarten and I want more information on what that looks like working on an IEP, or it could be we're going through transition or we're going through supported decision making right now. And we want to talk to somebody else about what can that look like? What does your team look like? So really looking at supporting you and the peer connection that happens within this can be whatever you need at whatever time. Sometimes a family will be a supporting peer and then they turn around later because they're going through something new and they decide that they need to be a connected peer. A supporting peer is the person who supports others. The connected peer is the person that's looking for that support. Again, we kind of already covered our mission and purpose, but it's really to give that support. It's to not be judgmental. It's to really reach out to the other person and be there to support. And really it's about building friendships over time as you do this. So the people that are the main players in our supporting you is we have a supporting you administrator. That's the person that connects with both the connected peer and the support peer and provides both of them support throughout. The connected peer can, and this is an online system where you can go in, you can fill out your profile as a supporting peer of what you want to do, what types of support you feel like you can help to provide. And then you're linked with somebody else that has filled out a profile as a connected peer that wants to be connected with someone else. This is all done through the peer support administrator. And again, that person continues to provide the support throughout. Oop, I think I went too many. So we are really looking to recruit both connected and supporting peers, but we really want some more supporting peers. It doesn't matter what your child's disability is. It doesn't matter, what your expertise is in different things. Like go in, sign up. It takes, depending on how many children you have, to sign up for the special health care needs supporting you. It takes about 10 minutes to fill out the initial information. And then it takes a little bit longer depending on how many kids. So you might want to allow 20 to 30 minutes depending on how many children you have, because there is a profile in there for each child, depending on how much you want to put in. Connected peers, it probably takes 5 to 10 minutes to fill out your profile and list what you want to be connected on. The matches, the supporting peers also have trainings that are online that are in different training modules that take no more than an hour total. And again, each module can be taken. Some of the modules are only a few minutes long. They can be taken at your pace. And then the supporting peer administrator would connect with you to make sure that you didn't have any questions or that you were able to complete all the modules without any difficulty. So basically here is where you can go, and any of you that have computers with you today, I would encourage you go and jump on this website. It's www.supportingyoukansas.org. We also have the .com, just about anything that we have, but .org is the one that we promote. And it is all very secure. And again, it's that informal peer support. So when you have somebody that is really needing that, please let them know about this website. And if there's any questions, I will be around today and happy to answer those. Thank you all. Really quickly, I know that we all heard about some comments about the ABLE, and we really didn't go into any detail about that. So here is a video that you're going to watch now on the ABLE, and then we'll let you have a little bit of a break before we start back up in a little while.
On behalf of the Kansas State Treasurer's Office, Please let me thank you for watching this presentation, which provides a basic overview of the Kansas ABLE Savings Program. I'm John Hedges, Staff Attorney for the Kansas State Treasurer's Office. The Treasurer's Office is very happy to be taking part in the 2022 Living the Good Life Supported Decision-Making Summit because the ABLE Savings Program, which our office runs, is all about helping people with disabilities remove financial barriers. And, like the supported decision-making process, letting people live life on their own terms. This presentation will take about 15 minutes. I'll provide contact information at the end in case you have any questions. This presentation is directed to potential ABLE account owners, that is, the person with a qualifying disability, who will be saving money in the ABLE account. But this information should also help supporters who might be assisting the account owner manage their account, and also to conservators, guardians, family, and rep payees who might be managing an account on behalf of another person. This past year, we have made some exciting changes to the ABLE Savings Program. As of July 1st, 2022, we've minimized the need for someone to get a conservatorship or guardianship in order to access the program. Now, people with varying levels of capacity may be able to access the ABLE program with help from supporters who they already have, without seeking a potentially unnecessary and costly guardianship or conservatorship. This is an exciting time for the ABLE Savings Program and for advocates for supported decision-making. So what is ABLE? ABLE is an acronym that stands for Achieving a Better Life Experience. Like other states' ABLE programs, the Kansas ABLE Savings Program provides a way for individuals with qualifying disabilities to open special accounts so that they can save and invest their money. Money in an ABLE account can be used to pay expenses that improve the account owner's health, independence, and quality of life. What are the benefits of an ABLE account compared with a regular bank account or other investments? Well, for many people, the biggest reason to get an ABLE account is that ABLE helps protect other benefits. You are probably aware that many programs, such as Social Security disability insurance, supplemental security income, Medicaid, and various housing programs, impose an asset limitation. Basically, if you have over $2,000 in countable assets like cash, bank accounts, and other liquid assets, then you lose eligibility for the various programs. That means that in many cases, people with disabilities are forced to spend down their money on things that they don't really need at the time in order to maintain eligibility for the federal benefits. When they're forced to spend down their money as soon as they get it, they can't save for larger purchases or longer-term needs. Their spending decisions are being driven by outside considerations, not by what's best for them in the long term, on their own terms. The great news is that money in an ABLE account is not a countable asset for federal means-tested benefits. Your eligibility for most federal benefits programs generally will not be impacted if you save your money in an ABLE account rather than a regular bank account. SSI eligibility is paused if your ABLE account balance exceeds $100,000. But SSDI, Medicaid, and housing are not impacted at all by your ABLE account balance. That means that an ABLE account allows you to save money for things that you really need, or simply to invest and build your assets to help you pay for the many unknown expenses that you're sure to face in the future. ABLE helps you save, invest, and spend your money on your own terms. ABLE accounts can provide other benefits as well. Even if you're not eligible for means-tested benefits programs, an ABLE account provides various federal and state tax benefits. And if you're just looking for a good investment option that is flexible and provides easy access to your money ABLE might be a good choice for you. The program offers a range of investment options, from conservative, lower risk investments to more aggressive investments in stocks. And the program even offers a lower risk FDIC insured checking account option with debit card access. Who is eligible to open an ABLE account? Well, there are two basic requirements. First, you have to have a qualifying disability. For ABLE, this means a medically determinable physical or mental impairment, which can be expected to result in death, or which has lasted, or can be expected to last, for at least 12 months. Blindness also qualifies. You may be familiar with this definition because it's the same disability definition that Social Security Administration uses. The disability definition for ABLE is similar to the Social Security definition, but you don't have to actually be receiving SSA benefits to apply for an ABLE account. Your disability must have been diagnosed by a qualified medical professional, and you have to keep a copy of the written diagnosis in your own files. Second, whatever your disability is, the qualifying disability has to have first onset prior to age 26. So your disability could range from a congenital condition that you've lived with all your life to a disease or an accident that occurs as an adult, but before age 26. Note that you can apply for an ABLE account at any age, even long after the disability first onset. As long as your qualifying disability first occurred before you turned 26, you can get an ABLE account at any age. So once you open an account, what can you use it for? Under the federal tax code and state law, any interest earned on the account will be tax-free if used for qualified disability expenses. These expenses must benefit you as the account owner, and they include a broad range of expenses to maintain or improve your health, independence, and quality of life. We don't have a definitive list of what is and isn't a qualified disability expense. Really, whether a specific expense qualifies depends a lot on your unique circumstances, your individual disability, and your life situation. We do know that qualified disability expenses cover a broad range of things, everything you see on your screen, from education and housing to medical care, even to legal fees. Even groceries and basic living expenses, all of these expenses qualify. And you should note that you can even spend your ABLE money on non-qualified expenses, but you'll have to pay income tax on any interest earned and a 10% tax penalty. In the end, what does and doesn't qualify depends on your individual circumstances. The money is yours, and the State Treasurer's Office does not review or approve any payments from the account. But you may need to prove to another agency how, why, or when you spent the money. For example, the IRS, Social Security Administration, or other program might ask for documentation for a tax audit or for some other reasons. Therefore, you should keep good records of your expenses in your own files, just in case you need them down the road. So if you're ready to open an ABLE account, how do you do it? And who can help with the process? In the past, enrollment options were very limited, but we've made big changes this past summer to open up more options for enrollment. All enrollments can be done online through our website or through a paper application. Each applicant, the account owner, and any authorized representatives must provide some basic paperwork to confirm their identity and, for authorized representatives, their authority to open the account. All of the specific requirements will be explained during the enrollment process. Adults who have capacity to manage their own finances can open an account on their own, either alone or with the help of a supporter. Or they can appoint a power of attorney to open and manage the account for them. For people who don't have capacity to manage their own finances, now accounts can be opened by a court-appointed conservator or guardian, the account owner's spouse, if they have one, the account owner's parent, sibling, or grandparent, or a rep payee appointed by the Social Security Administration. This is a priority system. So, for example, a rep payee can't open the account if there's a conservator, guardian, or parent willing and able to open the account. In that case, who's ever at the top of the list gets the right to open the account before any of the others. The benefit of the new enrollment rules is that the new system recognizes a whole range of people who might be supporters of a person with a disability, rather than forcing a person into a restrictive guardianship or conservatorship just to get an ABLE account. The new enrollment procedures can get complicated, especially for guardians who might not have the required financial authority in their letters of guardianship. However, now, in many cases, they can still sign up for an ABLE account if they are the account owner's parent, or if they have another relationship to the account owner. So before applying, please feel free to reach out to our program to discuss what options might be best for you. And we want you to keep in mind some important considerations as you decide whether to open an ABLE account. Like all investments, ABLE comes with a risk of loss. We do offer the bank account option that pays minimal interest but is FDIC insured. Or you could try to earn more interest by using more aggressive investments, but with a correspondingly greater risk of loss. With ABLE, the choice is yours. But remember that ABLE is an investment, and depending on the investment choices you make, you may lose money. ABLE accounts might be appropriate as your only financial management tool, or they might be part of a comprehensive financial plan. As you've probably experienced, managing your money and navigating benefits programs can get very complicated. So before opening an ABLE account, we encourage you to discuss all of your options and other considerations with qualified financial advisors and legal counsel. And finally, this presentation is a general overview. And there are a lot of other important details that I didn't cover. For example, program fees, annual and total contribution limits, and other requirements. So please be sure to review our website and the full program disclosures before opening an account. But if you need help finding more information, staff at the Kansas State Treasurer's Office and ABLE Support Center are always eager to answer any questions you might have and to help with the process. The best source of information is the program website, savewithable.com/KS. That website has the online enrollment process, as well as a paper enrollment form to download if you prefer. The website also has complete details and the full program disclosures. I've also provided email addresses and telephone numbers for the State Treasurer's staff and the ABLE Service Center. Our contact information is also available on an ABLE flyer included with the Summit handouts. Please don't hesitate to reach out to us if you have any questions about ABLE accounts or the enrollment process. Thanks for your interest in the Kansas ABLE Savings Program.
Got a 1-minute warning. Okay, 5-minute warning. They know my timing. They told me 1 minute. They give you 5. Two-minute warning. Okay, I'm gonna pull us back together here. I hope lunch was good. As we come back together, we will be pulling the cards from the tables that you filled out, and so that we can get those to our panel for later this afternoon. We do have our session this afternoon that Craig Knutson and Tammy Allen, so I'd invite them up to come on up and present, and I'm going to do so and then shut my mic off because I talk too much anyway, so that there's work. So welcome on up, and thank you.
Not yet. There we go. And while Tammy does that, I'd just like to thank everyone for coming out here today. I want everyone, I know earlier today we said to silence everyone's phones and put them away, but for our presentation, we want you to bring your phones out. We got our fingers crossed that technology is going to work for us today, and we will need you to use your phones to participate in our presentations. And so we have, it's not just going to be Tammy and I talking, it's going to be part of the audience participation, both here in the room and those who are attending virtually. So, so get ready for some interaction.
And so those that are on Zoom, you also, want you to pull your phones out and, participate. We hopefully will be able to see some of the results. So we'll just today we're going to be talking about the life course framework. And I think you've kind of heard it mentioned a little bit throughout the training. So Craig and I are going to kind of go in depth just a little bit more about the framework, what it looks like and how you can use it for supported decision-making. So my name's Tammy Allen. I am a life course ambassador. I've been a member of the community practice, I believe, since it first came to Kansas. Craig kind of actually got me involved in that. I am also the co-executive director for Families Together, which is the Parent Training and Information Center for the state of Kansas, and also the project director for the Family to Family Health Information Center. And you do have a one-pager in your packet that kind of describes a lot about what our services are. I'm also a parent, wife, mother, grandmother. You'll also hear me referencing Skylar a lot, he'll tell you that he is my guinea pig, and yes, he is. But he's going to be actually talking on the panel this afternoon as well.
And my name is Craig Knutson. I am a policy analyst for the Kansas Council on Developmental Disabilities. That is my official title. But what I tend to tell people when they ask, what does it mean that you're a policy analyst? I tell them, I think a better way of thinking about my job description is that I'm an innovation evangelist. The council is all about innovation, bringing new ideas to the state. And so one of the things I've been doing is bringing different types of programs and different approaches to supports and services for Kansas to Kansas. I am currently a life course ambassador, and I'm also a co-facilitator for the statewide implementation of the life course framework. Before we go any further, I want to clarify a couple things. A lot of times when we talk about supported decision-making and the life course framework, there's this misperception that when we say supported decision-making is for a person with a disability, and it's not. It's for all of us. I use supported decision-making. Everybody in this room uses supported decision-making. When I see a check engine light on my car, I don't go out to my car with a wrench and start banging on the engine. I use supported decision-making, and I go to my friend Danny, who owns an automobile shop, and say, Danny, can you advise me and help me make a decision on what I need to do with my car? That's an example of supported decision-making. When it comes time to do my taxes, I don't always do my taxes all by myself. I go to my friend Byron, who's an accountant, and I say, Byron, can you help me interpret these new tax laws so I can make better decisions on the way I should file my taxes? Each and every one of us uses supported decision-making. So it's something that's completely natural. And that's something I also want to emphasize about the life course framework. The life course framework is not simply for people with disabilities. Everybody can use the life course framework, and not just individuals, but organizations as well. It's a wonderful planning tool. So today, when we talk about the life course framework, we're going to have several learning objectives. The first one is we're going to describe a basic overview of the life course framework, describe how transition professionals and parents can use the life course tools to plan for effective IEP and transition plans. And part of the reasons why we want to do that is during this process that the issue of guardianship typically arises for families. And then finally, describe how the life course framework can guide conversations surrounding alternatives to guardianship. So setting the stage, we're going to cross our fingers and hope our technology works and go to our next slide and ask, whoop, let's go back a couple. Other way. No, it's back there. One. Okay, and then one more. Oh, it just kind of slipped right past it. Okay, so our Menti is not working. So I'll go ahead and we'll just do audience participation without the Menti. You can still use your phone if you want and hold it up. But our question is, how many people, how familiar are you with the life course framework? Well, we might have that technology magic. Well, while they're working on that, we'll just go ahead and ask in the room, how many people here are familiar with the life course framework? So about half the room. That's really kind of amazing. When the life course framework first came to Kansas, you'd ask that question, no hands would be raised. And so I think that kind of gives a little bit of evidence on how much prevalence the life course framework has emerged in Kansas. And so it's good to see that about half the people are familiar with the life course framework. So let's go ahead and set the stage a little bit about the life course framework. The life course framework is stemmed out of a national supporting families community of practice. The project goal was to build capacity through a community of practice that is a collaboration between states to share information, to create policies, practices, and systems to better assist and support families that include a member with intellectual or developmental disability across the lifespan. So when we're talking about the life course framework, we're really talking about, supports that can be implemented all across the lifespan, from prenatal all the way up until frail and elderly and beyond. So part of the outcome of this is that state and national consensus on a national framework for supporting families was to be developed to enhance national and state policies and practices to create sustainable systems that result in better support for families. Now, this is really important for Kansas. I don't know how many people are familiar with the investment in families that Kansas currently has when we're talking about supporting families who support an individual with developmental disabilities. Where do you think Kansas ranks nationally in terms of individual and family supports in terms of fiscal effort? You said 50? 49? Any other guesses? You're really close. You're closer than he is, and he said 49. We're 51. We're 51 out of 50 states, if you include Washington, D.C. In fact, Kansas's investment in individual and family support is 1/50th of the national average. We spend $1 compared to $50 of the national average. The next lowest, the state that ranks 50th, Louisiana, spends 3 times as much per person as Kansas does on individual and family supports. So one of the things we want to do is look at how we can create policies and make types of systems change to better support families. So we're kind of go back a little bit. other direction. So why the life course framework? Let's face it, as professionals and family members, you got a tough job. How many people have applied for services? How'd the process go? That's a pretty good description. That's a good description of it. You know, you're a professional. You know the system. And it's hard. It's really, really hard. But I don't think people really understand how complex the system is. Let's go ahead and go on to the next one. So about 4 years ago, the council at the 2018 Employment First Summit thought, you know what, we need to really help families understand the service systems and how to access different types of supports and services throughout the lifespan. And so we created this incredible poster. It was like 4 feet tall, 15 feet long. And we identified that, you know, it isn't unusual for families to access up to 15 different service systems all across the lifespan. And we thought, okay, we got this great poster and it's going to solve the problem. And boy, were we wrong. The reality is these different service systems, and I think you know this because of your experience with it, almost all of them have their own language. Almost all of them have their own rules and regulations. So every time you access a different service system, you're learning a new language, you're learning a new rules and regulations. Here's how I like to think about it. Anyone here use the internet? So imagine going out to the internet, and every time you go to a different website, you have to learn a different computer programming language. That's exactly what our service system is like right now. And what the Life Course Framework does, it kind of acts as an HTML that allows not only families to communicate with the service system, but allows these different service systems to communicate with each other. The Life Course Framework, if you think of it as a HTML type language, helps facilitate, you know, better supports and services. Now, when you take a look at these 15 different service systems, and these are just high level, this isn't even going into different subsystems within these systems. It requires 105 different interactions, translations, in order for these different service systems to communicate with each other. Now, if we're talking about individual supports and services, and we're talking about something that's person-centered, you're not going to access every single one of them. You may, but chances are you won't. And if you take a look at the total number of combination of supports and services, it's mind-boggling. There are over 40 non-million possible combinations of supports and services through those 15 different service systems. That's a 4 with 31 zeros behind it. That's beyond anything you can really comprehend. That is more combinations of supports and services just within Kansas than there are stars in the universe. Think about that. So you're a professional. I'm a professional. I see several professionals in this room. Everyone can tell you how complex the system is and why people are falling through the cracks. So what does this mean for students and families then? This means that if the service system is that complex, imagine what it is for families. One unintended consequence is that families are recommended to pursue guardianship when a student approaches the age of 18. We talked about, you mentioned that you didn't understand why this happened. So schools have these different performance measures when we're talking about transition. They're called indicators. And one of the questions or one of the indicators is during the IEP and the transition process is, did the school talk to the family about guardianship? That's how the question is phrased. Now, understand an educator who's not familiar with this really complex system sees that question and the schools are saying, oh, talk about guardianship. We are supposed to tell families that they're supposed to pursue guardianship. That's not what Kansas law says. But that's what the schools are interpreting this question as asking. So oftentimes, what we see is that guardianship is being pursued because people don't understand the complexity of the system, and they are required to report that they are having conversations about guardianship, not alternatives to guardianships. And really, that's what the conversation should be in the schools. So according to the National Council on Disabilities and National Core Indicators, because of those type of questions, Kansas has a really high rate of guardianship for people with disabilities. And it's even higher for people with intellectual and developmental disabilities. We are significantly higher than the national average. And even nationally, 66% of students with IDD wind up in guardianship. And this is the unintended school to guardianship pipeline. Go ahead. So we have a choice. We can either continue to try to make these service systems interact, that is amazingly complex, that whose languages between them can't be translated, and support people in a really inefficient manner, or we can adopt a universal language, an HTML, if you will, that allows self-advocates and families to communicate not only with this complex service system, and allow at the same time this service system to more effectively communicate internally. We need to cut through the red tape is what we need to do. Moreover, we need to look beyond our traditional notions of supports and services and take a much more holistic view of how we go about supporting people. Rather than looking at, system-centric supports and services, if you want to go to the next one, we really need to focus on what's important. I think Burt Moore, who is the director of Kansas State Department of Education, Special Education and Title Services team, put it best. He says we need to focus on the main thing is the main thing. And the main thing isn't the service systems. The main thing is the person. The main thing is the family. The main thing is getting a good life. So Tammy, I'll go ahead and turn this over to you.
Okay, so Craig kind of led us up to some statistics and where the life course framework come from. So we asked why the life course framework. The framework is a simple way to empower people and families to plan for a good life. The framework is not, here's some more forms you need to fill out. This is the way that it has to be done. I always like to say that the life course framework is a way of thinking. It's not tools, it's not forms to fill out. It should become a natural process. We use the life course framework in our lives on a daily basis and really don't realize that we're doing it. So it's really what it is. It's about different conversations from different people, from whatever team approach that you take. It's a different way of thinking. And we also have to go back when we were talking about the statutes, the state laws. The framework is about the all. It's everybody. It encompasses not just the individual, but it encompasses the entire family. Families defined as anybody that person that loves that person or supports and cares for that person. It encourages those high expectations, not, well, this is where we do, we send all of the individuals that have this type of disability, having life experiences to move the trajectory to that direction that you want it to go. And it integrates lots of different supports and not just having a green life. And Craig will talk a little bit about the integrated star and what the green life is. So the green life in the integrated star is really about benefits. It's about those agencies that you have to qualify for. And so the integrated star is really about bringing all of those supports to the individual so that you're not just in that one area. It's not about the tools. There's a lot of tools on the website that are awesome, and it's not about programs. It is not a program. We go back to, again, the way of thinking. So the trajectory, and this is one of my favorite tools that I really like to do. It's kind of like shooting an arrow. We have to always remember too that that arrow is not always going to go straight. Sometimes it may veer off, or some people like to refer to it as throwing a football. So a lot of us get what the good life is, but there are some individuals who really don't know what the good life is because they maybe have not been exposed to life experiences, haven't been able to go out and make choices and make those mistakes that we fear. There may be too many barriers in their life that they've come up across, too many disappointments or arguments. So the one thing that everybody can say is, oftentimes I know what I don't want. And so that might be where you might start. What are the things that we don't want in our lives? One of the things that, for an example, that we used it for when my husband and I moved to Wichita after living in Garden City for millions of years, a lot of years. We did the trajectory. It's like on our move, what is it that we want? Because we were going to buy a house. His vision of what he wanted was different than mine. So we did a trajectory. Here's what we want, and here's what we make sure that we don't want. And so we developed the trajectory to kind of guide us in those decisions that we were getting ready to make. So it's really about bringing everybody together, getting everybody on the same page and talking, because oftentimes we get so many times patting ourselves on the back. Yeah, we have these goals and this vision that they want. But oftentimes, if you're not identifying those things that you don't want, that trajectory can start leading downwards. So kind of keeping an eye on, are we going in that direction that's going to take us here? Or as professionals, oftentimes you mean well, but it might be taking you in that direction that you're not wanting to go. We've ran across that a lot with Skylar through his years. VR is an example, doing a trajectory of the job he wants, and the job she kept choosing was taking him to the trajectory of the area that he didn't want to go.
Hey, Tammy, before we go any further and get into Sean, I think one thing we can do is help demonstrate with the audience here just how simple it is to use the trajectory. So a question I'd like to ask everyone here is, what is your vision of a good life?
You can put it in the chat or you can say it out loud.
Owning a home ownership.
My vision is retirement.
Things that make you happy. You know what makes, go ahead.
We got a young one over here. Oh, I want him to be my kid.
Okay, now I feel bad because I was going to say video games, but that is part of my good life. I like playing video games. Having money to retire. Anyone else? Brad, I know you got a good life going.
There we go.
I think, go ahead.
Here.
Being a millionaire, an entrepreneur.
Okay.
That'll lead you to being a millionaire.
Awesome.
I like that entrepreneurial.
Okay, do we have anything on the chat? Okay. And I want to encourage people on the chat also. So now let's talk about what are some things you don't want? Okay.
Yep.
Not being in debt. Right here. What do you not want? Having to ride a bus instead of having my own car.
Okay.
Okay.
Colin? That's great. So Colin said he doesn't want to be under any type of legal restriction due to disability.
Okay, we have some in the chat. Safety and security.
That's part of their good life. Yeah, awesome. Skylar, I saw your hand up. Oh, okay.
All right. Okay. See how easy that can be? You can take a napkin and draw an arrow and just start writing it down. It's not a specific form. It's again, it's a way of thinking. And when you're making those plans, make sure that you're not heading in that trajectory of those things that you don't want.
I was going to say a friend of ours, Crystal, she has a couple of sons. She had, and she brought the trajectory to the IEP meeting. And she talked about things that her son Peyton didn't want in his life. He didn't want to work in a sheltered workshop. He didn't want to be poor. He didn't want to be segregated from his school classmates. And so what they did is they took a look at a lot of the supports and services that Peyton was receiving in the school. And although these supports and services were put in place for the best intention, what they discovered is that they were actually leading Peyton to where he didn't want to go in his life. And so because they were able to map that out and show it, they were able to change the types of supports and services that Peyton was receiving in the school so that he could achieve his vision of a good life.
Okay, so we'll kind of break this trajectory down. And I know that you do have this thing right here, and in the center of it, you do have a picture of a trajectory.
I'll open it for you.
So this is just I'm just gonna show you. So this is Sean. So this is his trajectory, and this is exploring employment. And so we have, when we're looking at the life course framework, you're looking at the different domains, which can include spirituality, employment, community living, different areas of your life. And then we also look at the different stages. That's what I love about the framework. It's from birth to death. So you're also looking at the different stages of life that you're in, as well as what stage of life your family might be in. And with Skylar, his dad and I are both getting to that kind of age where we're wanting to retire. So that's a different stage of life than we were in before, which may change a little bit of that trajectory. So with Sean, his vision for his good life, he wants to live in the community. He wants to own a boat. He wants to have great Wi-Fi because he loves technology. He wants to make money, be able to move around, do different tasks. He loves to listen to music while he sings. That's one of his favorite things. His favorite song is Happy Birthday. He loves to sing at the top of his lungs. So, he wants to make sure he has supportive coworkers, be able to move around, take frequent breaks. So then we look the things that he dislikes, things that he doesn't want for his life. So for his life, living only with people who have disabilities. He wants to live with all types of people, not having friends or being a part of the community. It's important for him to have lots of friends and being in the community. He wants to have a job that he enjoys. So he doesn't want to be put in a job that it's, well, this is the only job we can find for you for people like you, which is how that has often been referenced. Coworkers having low expectations. He don't want to work in isolation. And he does not want anxiety keeping him from experiencing new opportunities. So these are some things. So what has helped him meet that trajectory, go to the area that he's wanting to be? Inclusive education, making choices. He was able to make choices. Sean does have autism and is nonverbal, but he wants to be able to make his own choices. He wants to be a part of the community. Supported decision-making has been huge for Sean, and he has a good team that supports him. And they also got a new medical team for him that kind of helped him meet some of his health goals. So what's some of the things that's gotten in the way that could possibly lead to that trajectory of areas that he did not want? VR vendors that really didn't understand or see his strengths, didn't listen to those desires and wishes that he had, that vision he had for himself. Lack of appropriate mental health care, seizures, and OCD and anxiety has been a concern. Self-injurious behaviors, dependent on parents and PCA for daily hygiene. So you can see how those, how those all kind of work together and will lead you either into that trajectory or not. And it can be broken down, as you can see, into life stages, into different domains. You can have several trajectories or you can have one. So it really doesn't matter. So now how do we get there? So I'm going to let Craig.
Thank you. Not sure how this one goes. There we go. So how do we get there? We have developed our vision of a good life. And before we go into this, I want to clarify something. One of the things that make the life course framework so effective is that it was developed by the experts. It was developed by the professionals. And when I say the experts and the professionals, I'm not talking about Sean. I'm not talking about Evan. I'm not talking about Mike. I'm talking about parents. I'm talking about self-advocates. I'm talking about people with lived experience. Self-advocates and families are asked, you've been a part of the system. What would you share if you based upon your experience? What do you wish you had known? And what came out of those conversations is the life course framework. This is why it's so effective, because it was created by the real experts, the real professionals, family members, and self-advocates. So once we develop our vision of a good life, all too often, we have relied upon what we call the green part of this integrated support star. And the green part is eligibility specific supports and services. So Kansas is somewhat of an outlier in that we have a single comprehensive IDD waiver. And this IDD waiver is really what encompasses eligibility specific supports and services. They are responsible for solving our problems. They are responsible for making sure a person gets the type of life that they want. They help develop the individual's support plan, the person-centered plan, gather all the data. But that's really just a small picture of any of our lives. Eligibility specific supports include disability specific supports, such as supports received based upon a diagnosis, special education, government funded disability services, or needs-based, such as like age, gender, geographics, or income level, or employment status. The reality is we really need to go beyond our reliance on eligibility-based supports and look at a much more holistic view on how to support people with disabilities or without disabilities, as the case may be. We need to look at how we can leverage community resources, which we call the purple part of our star. Community resources are resources that are available to everyone, regardless of whether or not they have type of eligibility. It could be businesses, it could be faith communities, how we use parks and recreation, healthcare facilities. It could be different types of civic groups or memberships, government resources like public safety, social programs that aren't reliant upon a certain type of diagnosis or eligibility. We also need to look at how we can leverage technology to support people to achieve their vision of a good life. This could be very low technology, common technologies used by anyone, environmental technologies such as like a ramp or a curb cut, innovation technologies designed to help a person navigate or adapt their environment, assistive technology. One of the things we find is that technology, once it gets into the hands of people with disabilities, it opens so many doors. We had, the council did a small scale access to technology project at the beginning of COVID. We thought, okay, we're going to give everyone a smartphone. We're going to give them unlimited talk, text, and data. And what's going to happen is that they're going to talk to us and join us on Zoom calls so that they aren't being socially isolated. One of the things we found is that people started using technology in ways we never even imagined. We had a couple of people who used the technology to help themselves come out of seizures. They used word games and math games to reorient themselves after a seizure, something we didn't anticipate. We had people use the technology to order groceries online because number one, they're afraid of, the close contact. Number two, they had a diagnosis where they couldn't walk very well. And so they were kind of limited going to the grocery store, but by being able to order groceries in, they were better able to get a healthy meal. Another person said that before they had the access to technology, if they fell in their home, which was a common occurrence for this person because they had neuropathy due to diabetes, they would have to lay on the floor and scream until the neighbors heard their screams and called 911. But with access to technology, they were able to call for help to someone they knew. And so it really saved, accessing emergency services. We also need to look at how we can use relationships to support a person. This includes family members, includes friends, and acquaintances. Think about the first time you got a job. Being employed is something that kind of comes up pretty often in terms of a vision of a good life. How do you get your first job? Usually networking, someone you know, right? It might be either someone you know or someone your parents know. So using those type of relationships really helps a person get their good life. And then something that I think is so important and is so overlooked in Kansas is how do we leverage a person's own personal strengths and assets? A strength is something a person is good at or that others admire or like. And assets are resources that are owned by the person. And then skills, personal abilities, knowledge, or experience. I think in Kansas, we do people with disabilities a great disservice, especially when we talk about our eligibility instruments. They're deficit-based. They focus on what a person can't do. And we really need to look at what a person can do, what their strengths are. How do we amplify those strengths so that they can better live in the community? All right, let's go to the next one. Oh, I got the clicker. I had the clicker. So let's talk a little bit about the integrated support star and eligibility specific. You want to go ahead and talk about this, Tammy, because this is Skylar?
Okay, so we have been using supported decision-making with Skylar since he was 5. I mean, we started very young. We had his first advocacy goal in his IEP when he was like in kindergarten, where he would ask the kids to stop the merry-go-round so he could get on instead of standing there and watching. You can't start advocacy early enough to me. Allowing kids to make decisions so it becomes a natural part of the process. I always tell parents, you're not always going to be around. And so the goal is to really put that back in their hands and give them the strengths that they need and the goals that they can set for themselves. Skylar has always been one that wants to make his own decisions. He does not want anybody running his life. He's always been that way. And I think that's because we have allowed him since he was young to be a part of the decision-making process for his life and helped him to advocate and be a voice for that. And so when we have started looking more using the life course framework, what we have done is we use the student profile that you guys have, and we filled all that out because we was looking at changing waivers. And he's no longer on a merit group. I apologize, I didn't update some of this. So what this was is the life course framework was all about Skylar. And so we filled this out, and when we changed waivers and agencies, this is the person-centered planning tool basically that they use when they're looking at the individual, so they could see him as a whole. So using just an example, because we've actually done a PowerPoint of this, the eligibility specific. He receives Social Security. He gets services from Aetna now. He does have a direct support worker. He does self-direct all of his services. He receives support from his electric, gas, and food through the LEAP program. And he also receives HUD housing. So these are some eligibility specific things that he uses. Now, when we look at how he uses supported decision-making for those eligibility specific areas, He helps choose his direct support worker. He interviews them. He's been through a couple since he's been here, decided he didn't like him and fired him. And so he uses it in that manner. And we had the conversation of what is it you don't like? What are some things that you do like? How do you think that will make you feel? And we had a lot of conversation. Helping me spend and save money. Skylar likes to spend money like anybody else, but also he likes to save money. He helps on the decision on his electric and gas bill when he gets the leap, where it needs to be filtered to, self-directing his services and helping hire his support staff. So for some of the eligibility specific, I'm also his representative payee for his Social Security. However, the money goes into account. He has his bills. He chooses how to spend his money, and his support care worker helps him write the checks, balance the checkbook. If he wants to make donations, this is how much money you have left. Here's some more bills that you have coming. So this might kind of be what that might look like. She doesn't say, Skylar, you can't afford that. You got all these bills. And if you do that, here's how it's going to look. The decisions made by him. The biggest fear we as parents have, our kids are going to make the wrong decision. The biggest fear Skylar has, he's going to make the wrong decision. And so I think that's one of the, when we're thinking and we're talking to parents, that's the thing that all the parents worry about. I do as well, and he's made bad decisions. I've made wrong decisions as well. The key is he learns from those decisions. We sit down, we talk about it. What can we have done differently so that that doesn't happen again? And then we go on. Okay, so this is another Menti.
Do you want to go ahead and we can talk about this here in the group?
Yeah.
So let's kind of brainstorm a little bit. So if we're talking about transition to adulthood, well, what are some ways do you think we could use technology to support a person who is transitioning out of high school and maybe into the job market?
Thinking about support decision-making and employment. Those that are on the Zoom, if you want to put answers in the chat. What's some technology?
I want to call on Mike. I know Mike's kind of a tech expert. Right. Mike talked about an app that was developed by the Disability Rights Center called iTransition, which helps draft a transition plan. Anyone else?
Anything in the chat? No. I mean, an example that we've used that we do for Skylar on assistive technology, we just purchased an OrCam for him because he is private. He likes to make his own decisions. So he wants to be a part of as much as he can be. So the OrCam actually hooks onto his glasses and reads the documents for him. So this way, if he gets a document and he feels like it's his own private information, then that will read that to him. And if he feels like it's something that I need to be aware of, then he'll let me know, or if he has questions. So this actually helps him be a part of that. The paperwork that individuals get is crazy. And so that was a way that we was able to get it to where he could be a part of that. Anybody else? There's so much technology out there. I think Craig and I could sit and talk about technology all day.
A lot of people use technology to create medication reminders if they have medications, so they don't have to have staff come in and administer the medications for them. Technology can be used to access transportation. Transportation is such a huge barrier when we're talking about employment. And so being able to use Uber or Lyft or some other type of app really opens up a lot of doors for people. It's amazing how, I go back to that access to technology project that the council had. a simple smartphone just opened up the world for people during the pandemic. It's amazing how technology can transform people's lives. So maybe you can talk a little bit about how
okay, I guess
Skylar's
I-
using technology.
Okay, so Skylar has online banking. He has a smartphone. He has an answering machine. He also has the life alert. He does live independently on his own. He is on the waiver. He does have some mobility concerns, so he has a life alert. So if he falls, it automatically goes off. He uses assistive technology for daily living. He has a liftware spoon that helps him with eating. I mean, he's got lots of different types of technology, and you'll see here's his therapy dog, BB. And his sister got this little wrap for him because sometimes she likes to take off. So when he has lots of things to carry, he just puts her in there and off she goes. And that's what I would consider low technology, anything that kind of helps you be more independent. We use technology every day. Those of you wearing glasses, you're using technology. Those that are looking on their phone, you're using technology. So he uses supported decision-making for trying and purchasing his technology for himself. So he used the assistive technology site when he was looking at different types of technology. So you try it out. So he was actually using this person to help him make those decisions of which type of technology he wanted to use. So he has a team. The team changes really based on what it is he needs. And the nice thing about supported decision-making is I am his mom, and I can play more of a role as his mom than that caregiver. So he actually also has somebody to help him identify scams on his phone and his computer. Those are other things that we also struggle with. And then he been helping to find funding to purchase his technology. So he uses the assistive technology people quite a bit. He serves on the State Assistive Technology Advisory Board, so he's kind of got it in there. And he'll go up and say, here's some of the challenges I'm having. What can you come up with to help me? So it's not a matter of, I've always taught him if it's not there, if it's something that's not there yet, let's create it. Let's see what we can do to make it happen. So he's kind of done the reverse. Yes. Yes, he did through that.
Yes, he did. If you get a chance, go to the Kansas Council on Developmental Disabilities YouTube channel. We have a series called Tips and Tricks with Josh and Skylar, where Josh and Skylar help give self-advocates tips and tricks on how to use technology.
Yeah. And one of the things that I've always taught Skylar is there's never anything you cannot do. With the right supports and accommodations in place, you can do anything. Skylar's very limited in his hand usage because of the cerebral palsy. He wanted to learn how to cook. So through the Independent Living Center, they're teaching him how to cook and use services. He wanted to learn how to crochet, which was a huge challenge for me. So what we did is found the person that could teach him, and then he learned to accommodate himself to be able to do that. So he never takes no for an answer.
All right. So the life course framework can really change our conversations about guardianship, I think you see, because we talk about the life course framework is all about empowering people. And when you can show that people are empowered, that they're independent, there's no room for guardianship, really. Although Kansas law states that guardianship should be the last option, and we've talked about this quite a bit today, and all other least restrictive options should be explored. As we noted earlier, Kansas has significantly more individuals with disabilities under guardianship than the national average. 66% of all students with disabilities in Kansas are under guardianship. That number skyrockets for people with intellectual and developmental disabilities. And the life course framework can help transition specialists talk to families about alternatives to guardianship, such as supported decision-making. And not only that, it can help families talk to this transition specialist and educate them about those alternatives.
Oh, okay. So we kind of talked about, what is supported decision making? And I like the word that it fosters independence. And it's not really, when we look at independence, it's not a matter of, when we think independent living, moving out on your own and getting your own apartment and think. It could be living independently within the home setting, learning how to do your own laundry, learning how to cook your own meals. So it's not really, moving completely out, but really guiding that person and teaching them to make their own decisions.
So one thing we wanted to share is this tool here. It's from the Charting the Life course. It's exploring decision-making support. And it really is an opportunity to look at different domains in a person's life and say, is this something that I can make a decision with by myself? Is this something that I need some support helping make the decision? Or is this something that I need someone to make the decision for me? I want to give a special shout out to Elizabeth Moran. Elizabeth really developed this tool. So, it's an amazing tool that, she used her own life experience with her sister and her background as a lawyer to develop, so that people, it was originally called the stoplight tool. And it's just a wonderful tool to have a conversation about supported decision making. But yeah, it's just a fantastic resource. I'd also like to add that all life course resources and tools are free to use. They're available for download from the council's website. We provide QR codes and a link. So all you have to do is scan the QR code to access these different tools.
And I would suggest to professionals, we have a lot of families that call in about guardianship. The school told me to get guardianship. My first question is, what are your concerns? Why do you feel like you need that? Well, they just told me to. So I refer them, and I always send them this tool and tell them, sit down with your youth and start filling this out and think about those areas. And if your child's still in high school, in that transition plan, this is something that should be really addressed so that when they graduate, they have those tools and stuff in place. So I use this tool a lot, just for a sit down and think tool. I like to call it a tool, but so when we're looking at the profile, these are things that's important to Skylar. So when we look at supported decision making and the team that he uses to help support him, these are the things they need to know about him. That he can make his own decisions and choices. He likes being by himself. He loves having his own personal privacy. So for those agencies that say, fill out this form 50,000 million times, we use the Charting the Life course, the form that we actually hand out that's already filled out by him. He loves having a meaningful job. And this is his own wording. I want a meaningful job. And he does work for us part-time, working when people call in. He's able to really visit with families sometimes. He wants to be able to vote. That's very important to him. He wants people to accept him for who he is. And they also want them to talk directly to them. We talk about the doctor. When we go to the doctor's office, I'll ask Skylar, do you want me to go in with you? First time he told me no, I was heartbroken, but it was also a happy thing for me, because then I felt like he felt comfortable going in. When I do go in, I make sure the doctor talks directly to him. And a lot of times they do. He chooses, who he wants to have for his care. When we switched over here, his care attendant also takes him, and sometimes they'll say, yes, you can go in with me, or no, you can't. He has it arranged that if he's in there and the doctor asks questions he can't answer, he has the doctor call me on the phone. And that's how we communicate that way. He'll tell the doctor, I want you to send my mom the information. And so that's another way that we use that support decision-making. He makes those choices, but I'm able to continue to support him in the healthcare process.
There we go.
These are just some ideas how best to support me. Be patient with me. Don't assume that I don't know anything. And I think that's big for everybody. Don't just take it for granted. Ask me if I need help first before you help me. That's big for Skylar. If he falls, don't rush over and pick him up unless you're a nice looking blonde. He will allow that. I'll tell you that up front. But some parents may not understand that. If we're walking along and Skylar falls and trips and falls, I stop, wait for him to get up, and we continue to go. I'll ask him, are you okay? Some people think I'm the most horrible mother on earth because I don't rush back and help him. They don't know him. They don't know that that's something that he does not want me to do. Let me make my own decisions if you don't agree. One of the things that we do with Skylar, very important thing that I make sure that we do is Skylar made a very life-changing decision recently to have a toe amputated, whether to have it fixed or amputated. And so that was a decision that was difficult for him. And I think Elizabeth talked about, go out and you ask other people, what do you think? Have you had that done? What do you think? How have you had that done? He asked me, Mom, what would you do? And so I was very careful to say, well, if it was me, I'm very vain and I don't like, I don't like having a toe missing. So for me, would be best for me. But for you, and then we would set the guidelines. Here's what would happen. Here's the good things about it. Here's some things that might not be. And he made his decision based on that. And it was difficult for me to step back, but he made a decision. And I think he made the decision that was right for him. Okay, and this is just an example of his trajectory that he has some of his, and we really go back to, he don't want me taken advantage of. He don't want people to have low expectations of him. He doesn't want people making decisions without him. He wants to spend time with family and friends. He's very involved in the community. So when we're making decisions about life changes, whatever it might have, we check and make sure, is that really an area that might be taking him to that trajectory of that he doesn't want in his life. Well, this is just a bare one.
And so the next few slides are just different resources that are free to download. This is like a trajectory map that you could use. I will say this, I'm a huge fan of this 4-page portfolio. When I first entered into the service system as a professional, I worked in an 8-person group home. Part of my orientation, I was given 3 4-inch binders for each person in the group home. So you could see that it was literally 8 feet of information. I read through that information and I can guarantee you at the end of that, I had no idea who I was dealing with, of the people I was working with. This, I could understand, but it wasn't available at the time. A lot of times now we have these person-centered plans that are 40 to 60 pages long. We have a huge turnover in staff. No one's reading these person-centered plans that are so long. This is something that you could easily see what's important to the person, what needs to be in their plan in order for them to have a good life, and the different types of supports that they can use. This is all about making things a lot simpler for folks. And by making things simpler, we're able to be more effective in the way we support people. This is an integrated support star you could use. Whoop. Kind of skips around a little bit. This is a booklet. If you're really interested in employment opportunities, this is an exploration on how the life course framework can be used to pursue employment. It's about 32 pages long and it's Kansas specific. And then we also have what we call 4-pagers, which kind of looks at different phases in the lifespan. This is the 4-pager that focuses on childhood. And so some of the issues and that you might be asking questions about in different life domains at that certain stage in life. And then also, another one for that transition to adulthood. So we don't have that Menti anymore, but here's the contact information for Tammy and I. If you have any questions, we'd be happy to answer them. So I'd really like to thank everyone for coming out here today. And I'd like to thank KDHE for the opportunity to present and talk a little bit about the life course framework.
Did anybody have an aha moment? Okay.
Mhm.
We did use it for VR for Skylar. We did do the trajectory. Yeah,
Mhm.
yeah, we did use with this counselor and that was very helpful.
And we are partnering with the Kansas State Department of Education on training educators and especially transition staff on the life course framework. We've been invited to the TASN conference the past few years. Really open reception to the life course framework. I actually use the trajectory map. My daughter has a 504 plan. Before we started using this 4-page portfolio for it, it was kind of a mess. No one was really sure what was in it and what was supposed to be done, including my daughter. But by using this very simple tool, everyone got on the same page. And I'm happy to report that, you know, now with the proper supports in place, that people understand, teachers, guidance counselors, and most importantly, my daughter, she's doing really well in school now. So.
I just want to mention too, if you have panel cards, questions written out on cards, please, Lisa's going to come by and pick them up so that we can have that. So on those note cards, if you have any questions written out for the panel, that'd be great. Thank you. And that's what we're going to move to next, is if we can have some, can I get some help bringing chairs up too? And Elizabeth is going to help us with the panel. Thank you. Are you on our panel? Are you on our panel? Yes. Thanks. Oh my God, I crossed my legs. Oh, okay. No, you can sit behind the table. Well, I don't know how that would work with the two. So. There you go.
Perfect. This?
Hi. And so I believe we're gonna hand the mic back and forth.
Yeah, I don't want to be all the way over here though. So I'm gonna,
Mhm.
I need help. I can't pick this up. That's really lame. Sorry. I have a broken wrist, like literally. I just want to be over closer to the crew over here. Perfect. Thank you.
We're on. We're on.
Excellent. Here's my question though. Can we have a third mic that we can pass around if we need to? Whatever would logistically be the easiest to be able to take a mic. Yes, that'd be great. Awesome. Thank you. Appreciate it. Okay, are we ready? Oh, how about if I could go sit on the other side. I could go sit on the other side of Jean. And then you can just take this podium away. I'll do that. Because then I can just put my table or my computer on the table. I don't really need to be seen.
Well,
All right. Okay, so let's get started here. So sitting to I am Elizabeth Moran, and I'm going to facilitate a panel discussion, and we welcome your questions. I have got a couple of questions here from the earlier sessions. I've been writing down a bunch of questions sort of as we go, as they've come up, as folks have made comments and talked about what supported decision-making is and isn't. And I'm joined here by Jean Cron, Skylar Schwint, and Regina Maldonado. Did I say that correct? Great, thank you. And so these are going to be our key panelists for this section, but I would also like to invite all of the speakers from earlier today to chime in, hop in, and provide us some feedback. So before we get started, what I'm going to ask is for my panelists to give a brief introduction and tell us who you are and just a little about you. That'd be great.
My name's Regina Maldonado. I worked for Dillon's for 18, 19 years. Then I had an accident. About 4 years ago, I got shot and then was on disability and needed to go back to work to find me something to do. And so I wouldn't say Skylar's boss or out of Hayes, he needed a new caretaker. And she met me, I guess, a year ago and contacted me and asked me if I'd be interested to support Skylar. And I said, yeah, I'll give it a chance. So they set up the invitation and set up the meeting, and I got introduced to Tammy and Skylar one day, and I had that job that following night. We hit it off just fine. So now that's what I'm doing.
Nice. Skylar?
I've been there with you about a year and a half.
Yeah. I'm Scott Schwant, and Scott. Okay.
Anything you want to share about yourself? Yeah.
I will get 5 minutes together.
And you like technology.
I don't know if it's, but it just has to be done. I'm on 2 boards. The KDD board, and then the ATK board. Of technology. Okay.
Nicely done. I'm Jean Cron, and I'm the director of the Kansas Guardianship Program. So you really have the whole continuum here. Thought about that while we were, when I was listening to today. So I work in the field of guardianship for adults where there are not the loving and caring family members available to serve in that capacity. And I have been doing guardianship related work for 38 years. I know it's a long time. And I've seen, and the reason I say that is not for you all to wonder how old I really am, but to rather reflect on the fact that there have been significant changes, not just in guardianship, but also in how we in Kansas are moving along that continuum and thinking about services and supports. And there have been substantive changes, and that's a whole longer conversation, but we've made progress with a lot of people's hard work.
Great. So I'm going to start with you, Jean. So it's important for us to bring different perspectives to the table, right? The pros, the cons, the challenges, the successes of supported decision-making, particularly when we're looking at it in the context as an alternative to guardianship. And we've heard today parent concerns about what does and does not work, right? And what just the challenges that come with supporting individuals and communicating and making decisions. So you work primarily with guardians, and I can see how in listening, there could be a perception that guardians are a bad thing, right? And And that's not true. There are a lot of very good guardians, and I am assuming as executive director of a statewide guardianship program, you encounter lots of really good guardians and good people. My question to you is, in that context, what is your view of supported decision-making as a practice, as a lens, how it does or does not fit into the context of a guardian?
How long do you
Go.
have?
Go for it.
So for me, when I think about supported decision-making, and as that was making its entryway into Kansas, there were aspects of the current guardianship statute that I said, these are parallels. This is a framework in which we think about decision-making. So for me, when I look at the statute, I look at what kind of guidance are we getting as a guardian to think about good decision-making together with the person. And so I brought some information here, and there'll be more later on that you can look at. But in the sense of supported decision-making, you know, when I mentioned the 38 years ago, in the last 25 years ago, there was a phrase that came out, person-centered planning.
Mm-hmm.
Now that's evolving and changing into supported decision-making. And so it's a concept. It's important that we continue to wrestle with that every day. I will answer your question eventually.
It's all good.
What is also really important to understand in any situation of decision-making, helping someone or being ultimately the decision maker, is a reminder that we bring to the table, every one of us, our strengths, our weaknesses, what has made us who we are today. And I hope to God that we are all part of an evolving process. Today, someone said, well, you can just come for the panel. And I said, no, I need to be here for the whole day, because I too must continue to learn and understand and change and evolve in my thinking, because we all are a work in process. And so when I think about guardianship and I think about how do we do good guardianship, then the premise of supported decision-making is equally as important to understanding the person and making the decisions as those may be necessitated or not. So for me, it's a framework in which to think about decision-making and working alongside the person. How is it to be, if I were going to try to stand in that person's shoes to the extent that I can? Because none of us can be completely in someone else's shoes. So I support it as another tool in the toolbox, and it's a great way to frame decision-making as it relates to guardianship.
Yeah, great, thank you. So my next question is for Skylar and Regina, maybe together. So we started the day by saying, or I started the day by saying, real change, enduring change happens one step at a time, right? And then we start talking about this thing, supported decision-making. Mm-hmm. But what I want to know are, what are the steps? Like, let's get real. Okay. How does it actually work between the two of you? So Skylar, if you have a decision that is difficult to make, or you need help or support with something, and if Regina is there to support you, what do? What does that look like? Do you ask for her help when you need it? Does she know you just well enough that she knows to step in? I want to know, like, really, 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 how does it work?
I think I asked for it. If it's too hard, we help each other.
On his Zoom meetings, you know.
Mm-hmm. Okay.
Katie, I did not know anything about the counselors. I did not know anything about his committees. Sometimes he'll ask me to take notes, you know, remember this, can you write it down? So I'll write it down. And he had to explain everything to me about the council meetings, who was on the council meetings, because I have to ask, I didn't know. And I'm probably not like the rest of you. I'm kind of like Stone Age. Technology isn't my thing. So he had to teach me that. Okay. I didn't even know anything about Zoom, but he usually makes the decision, or whatever we're going to do that day. He'll ask, this is what I want to do. You know, how can we work this into the program today? he gives me a list of what, when I first came there, I knew what he couldn't do. And all I had to do was ask, like his mom says, if you fall down, don't go immediately ask him. It's like, no, I can handle anything. I'll ask if I need picked up, he'll pick himself up. But normally he asks and he tells me, and then we go from there. So.
I think you guys have the chair that you purchased.
Oh, yeah. During COVID, I was asking him about his disability and he was saying, well, as I get older, I'm going to need a chair that has a lift that's electrical. So he has said, can we make it a day to go chair shopping just to look? So we went a bunch of places and he decided, I asked him, well, how much money do you want to spend and what's your cost limit? And he says, well, this is how much I want to go, but I don't want to go over that much. But if it's over that much, it has to be something I really like. So we went shopping. He looked at, I don't know how many. He found two that he liked. And then he talked to the salesman about, everything that the chair could do. Tell him about the chair you picked out.
Yeah. The chair picked out. It was very tough decision at the time because there was two chairs I really liked. One was heating, and during that time we got that really, really cold spell. And make long story short, I bought myself with a heating pad, blanket, and anyway, but I end up wanting that chair because it was small, but at the same time I knew my hands was getting bad. And so this chair that I got had a phone thing in it so I can charge my phone, because I was having difficulty putting the plug in all the time and breaking it. So I went ahead and gone that route. A Bluetooth speaker, whatever. But yeah, 2 cup holders and 2 things to put drinks in. But anyway, yeah. So yeah,
You chose that over the heating and massage.
yeah, I did that. I would have liked that one, but at the same time, I choose this one because I knew there was gonna be a time in my life that I won't be able to walk my hands as well as I do now. So that's the chair I choose.
That's great. Thank you for sharing that. I have a question for you though. Is Regina your only supporter, or do you have other supporters in your life?
Yeah.
Your mom?
Mom, yeah.
Anyone else that helps you with decisions?
My dad.
Okay.
I think that's about it.
About it? Yeah. So you've got at least 3 people.
Yeah.
Who are helping you. So I think it's a good demonstration of, a supported decision making can be 1 person, it can be 2 person, it can be 5 people, right? It's unique to that individual circumstance. So Regina, my next question is for you, which is, what do you find to be the most challenging thing about being a supporter?
He can be stubborn.
Okay.
He doesn't know the word no.
So Skylar, here's my next question. Then what happens when you disagree?
We debate over it.
Yeah, we debate over it.
About a movie or what we're gonna eat or where we're gonna go out to eat.
All right.
But he's got a lot of determination, and when somebody tells him he can't do something and he wants to do, like, an example, he was working on a sewing project and I can't sew. I'll be honest with you. I know nothing about sewing. I didn't even take it in home ec. But I tried and we said something inside out on the machine. And so we had to change a needle and he was trying to tell me about the sewing machine, but we found somebody to help him. And it was like, they didn't think he could do it. And it was like, no, I'm going to do it. I'm going to make a blanket. I'm going to make a pillow. I'm going to make a bag. What else did we do? You made quite a few, things, you know, so he's really determined on that. It's like, nobody's going to tell me now, I'm going to try first. So.
Yeah, what the funny thing is, when
Yeah.
sometimes when you can't do that, sometimes I can't, and I know, but mostly when somebody says you can't, oh, this won't work, sometimes that the part is like, okay, I'm gonna try even harder.
Okay, and Jean, did you have a question?
I have a question for Skylar. In my work, I have many professional friends, people I've gotten to know, and Skylar, pardon me, you have a couple of committees that you were on. So there's a whole host of other people that maybe aren't your very immediate support people, but I'm interested in knowing how those other people in your life, in addition, those committee people, the people at the council, how they support you as well.
That's a great question.
I know God asked that question before, so I just have my opinion, and sometimes it may be wrong, so sometimes it goes in another direction, but yeah, they're open-minded, really open-minded.
And good support people. Yeah, cool.
Okay, so my next,
So the response from Mike is that it's a two-way street. That Skylar's a great teacher. He's a great supporter for his people on the team. And that's what it's about, being colleagues and friends. And it sounds like it's a great opportunity both ways. Cool.
so earlier we talked a little bit about how nothing is 100% safe, right? Nothing guarantees safety, not guardianship, not supported decision makers or teams or supporters, nothing. There's nothing that is 100% safe. Bad things happen all the time, regardless of whether or not anything we've talked about today is in place. So I guess my question is to all three of you, from your perspective, so from someone who works with guardians and runs a guardianship program, from someone who has a supported decision-making group, what protections would you recommend people think about to help them be safe from abuse, neglect, and exploitation? What would help? Understanding that nothing is foolproof.
For me, it may not be a direct answer to your question. I think one of the pivotal things is to be informed. For all of you to be here today, to block out your whole day, to learn about a different concept and maybe a new concept, learning about what kinds of resources are out there, learning what, for me, in a guardianship, is learning about what are your duties and responsibilities? What are the limitations? And how does the statute give guidance to making decisions and working together with somebody? So it's education, being informed, trial and error, knowing that sometimes we've all said we don't have an edge on perfection, but we have to keep working at it, to keep learning, and being informed is essential.
And another thing you need to be really cautious and aware of your surroundings. People get kind of carried away sometimes and take advantage of that, but you can either go too far or too either way. So you kind of need to, if it's walls, if it's it really doesn't matter. It comes in all shapes and sizes. So yeah, be cautious, be aware. Yeah, and even if you don't expect anything, that's when you need to be looking out and aware the most. And if you're calm and saying nothing's gonna happen, that's the time that you really need to be aware.
What I've learned for safety is this is in a lot of Skylar's Zoom meetings. One of the board members talked about some of his apps that I never even heard of. There's a couple apps out there that he talked that Skylar shared about to others to be aware of people taking advantage of you if you get hurt, where to go to. Things you can do to protect yourself so people don't take advantage of you. And like I said, he's came up with some creative apps. He's always looking at things. And it takes him a while to talk about after he get his shyness, but that's what I've learned through him and all his people. You know, there's things out there I didn't even know of. You know, he's taught me a lot. I've learned a lot.
So I think the only thing I would add to that is, to me, from a safety and security lens, when we're talking about abuse, neglect, and exploitation, the advantage to having a supported decision-making team or several supporters instead of one person, one guardian, is that those are more eyes and ears on the individual, looking out for the individual, talking to them about what their will and preferences are, because there might be a perception that there's some sort of abuse or something going on that isn't going on. Maybe it is the will of the person, but no one's taken the time to really communicate effectively with that individual to find out what their will and their preferences are, right? Or vice versa. And so to me, the best thing that someone can do is make it so that whatever situation they're in, whether that's a guardianship or a supported decision-making team, that there are many people involved, right? And those don't always have to be the family members. They can be friends. They can be people in your community, people you go to church with, people that you sit on boards with, your neighbors, right? But just creating community where perhaps some folks don't have a lot of community or they're pretty isolated. Maybe they live in a rural setting, maybe they, right? And just getting very creative about how do you put together a team of people so there's more eyes and ears on that individual, regardless of whether or not they're in a guardianship or in a supported decision-making.
Which just prompted another thought, Liz. From my perspective, I view guardianship as the guardian is one member of the team. That may not be how everybody does it, but from my perspective, for all of our lives, we are interconnected, we are interdependent. We must function as a team of people, and I'm listening to each person. If I'm the guardian decision maker, I'm listening to everybody's perspective, or I should be. And the most important one is the individual himself or herself. And how can I best reflect how that person might make decisions? And actually the guardianship statute gives arms around that, a foundational piece. So if you're doing it, if you're reading it, if you're knowledgeable, then you need to be a part of that team. And maybe you're the last hurrah and that you have to make that decision. But I think that input is critical, and being a team player is essential from my perspective.
If I could add just a little bit. Sure.
A lot of value support. So some of his team we might consider a support when he does his Zoom meetings. I would say Craig is a supportive decision maker in a lot more Skylar because he calls Craig for a lot of things.
Can we get you a mic?
Oh, I'm sorry.
That's okay. It's just for people who might be listening online or on the recording. I don't think they can hear you.
No, I was just saying Skylar uses a lot of natural supports for some of his supported decision-making where the advisory boards he serves on, he uses Craig as a support when he has questions about, certain different things. He has somebody that takes him to church and they decide which church they're going to go to and those types of things. And so his team is kind of the three that we work with closely, but he also uses many other natural supports as part of that process. I go back again to depending on what it is that he wants those supports for. And I'll let you know, the chair, I had no clue about until they asked me for the money. About 3,000. Yes. But once again, I had to transfer the money for him. But that was just another part. I felt good about it because I knew he chose somebody to help him make the decision. He didn't want mom in the middle of it because it's too much money and you're not.
So this question comes from our group from the session. It says, what type of power of attorney would be the best option for a child with an intellectual disability, a cognitive ability that was diagnosed at the age of 2, when the child is now 14? So you cannot enter into a power of attorney with a minor because as a parent, when you, the minor child, you are the legal guardian. So a power of attorney becomes appropriate when that child is turning 18, becoming an adult under the law. And so you would want to start thinking about, talking about power of attorney in the context of who do you want to help you make decisions? Or if you are unable to make a decision because of an impairment of some sort, who is the person you want to make what kinds of decisions and under what kinds of circumstances? Let me add this. There are a lot of power of attorney documents, forms out there floating around, right? You can get them online. You can, often the State Bar Association will have a form. If you're going to invest your time and money in looking at guardianship, I would start, since it's supposed to be the last resort, right? The very last thing you get to. I would start with a power of attorney that is very explicit about what circumstances triggers a substitute decision maker, right? Such that if you have someone who has mental health or behavioral issues or what have you, they're perfectly fine. In fact, I remember sitting on a drafting committee for the update to the Missouri law, and someone said, power of attorney won't work because, my client is fine when they're on their medication and they're on a schedule and they're in their routine. But then what happens is then they think they're fine. So they quit taking their medication because they don't think they need it anymore because they're doing great, right? And the next thing you know, they're running down the street naked, they're throwing rocks at people, they're exposing themselves, like they're doing all kinds of horrific things. They're at risk of hurting themselves or others. That's not going to work. And I said, why not? Because a carefully drafted power of attorney actually can meet that need. Because guardianship is all or nothing. Power of attorney is different. It provides for some flexibility in it. Can it be canceled on a whim? Absolutely, it can be, right? You can build in a succession plan for it, so that if not Jean, then Skylar. If not Skylar, then Regina. If not, right? You can build in, but also because you can be very specific about what powers kick in and when. So Mike, I saw you had your hand open. Do you mind waiting for the mic to come around to you? Great. A mic for Mike. Or you could call the Disability Rights Center and talk about your situation and talk about how you don't necessarily want to, and I always ask people this, what's the concern? And then does guardianship actually meet the need of that moment? Because if it's a need in that moment, and let's say you only need a substitute decision maker 30% of the time, well, guardianship is 100% of the time. What if you could do something less that was more explicit, drafted by a talented attorney at the Disability Rights Center of Kansas? Right, there are options. So do you want to add to that?
That just segues. This is Mike from the Disability Rights Center. And I mean, during the earlier sessions today, we talked about the myriad of tools. So powers of attorney are a handful of those myriad of tools. So you really need to figure out, I think the process you were going through, we can just extrapolate it instead of a power of attorney, look at the range of decision-making supports that are out there. And so supported decision-making could be part of that mix.
That's right.
And even in is designed, and we kind of didn't really get to that in general, but it can work within the context of a guardianship. It can work with the powers of attorney and other tools as well. So it's not you just pick one tool. You have to pick the right combinations of tools to solve, to do the job that you need it to do.
Yep. Well said. Thank you. So this individual who wrote, my daughter is 14-year-old currently. I would encourage you to start practicing supported decision-making now, right? Talking to them about how you can support them in their decisions and who do they want to support them? What kinds of decisions do they want the support in? And then start thinking about some of those alternatives, and then contact the folks at the DRC to say, hey, we want to explore some of these, and start that practice now. But legally, an individual cannot give power of attorney. By the way, that's for those of you who aren't familiar. Guardianship is something where your rights are taken away from you by the court, right? They make you what's called a ward of the state. It's not up to you. There's a hearing on it. There's a determination made that you need one, and that's it. Power of attorney is something that you give to someone else. I want Jean to help with certain kinds of decisions in the event that I am unable to. I want Brad to help me with what do you want to help me with, Brad? My finances, right? And that's the other thing that's really nice about a power of attorney, is it goes nicely hand in hand with supported decision-making, because I'm giving that authority to someone else. I'm making a choice, right? And I will be supported in that choice, probably because I'll have to determine who's the right person to do that, right? Who's maybe I don't want you with my finances. You might go buy a new van or something. I don't know. So, okay, good to hear. I'm glad to hear that. So for the individual who has the 14-year-old, I would start practicing supported decision-making now, so that you can, when you get to the age of 18, have that as a viable and very easy option, and be able to transfer right into that right of way. Another question really quick. How are things with guardianship different when foster care is involved? What do you do when someone questions if you are allowed to make decisions for the individual? So I don't have enough information. So yeah, that's very fact specific. So let me talk to you about that afterward, because that'd be a deep dive into foster care systems and minor guardianships. And that's a little bit different than what we're talking about here. But I'm happy to have that conversation with you. Yeah.
I would like to speak to the other part about decision-making under
Yeah.
guardianship, because when you do look at the statute and it talks about, and I'm sorry, it's Saturday afternoon and I'm tired, so I need to be having my little helpful cue here. But the statute talks about, under its mandatory orders, the guardian needs to become acquainted. Now, obviously, you have family members here, but many times that's not the case. So you need to know who it is that you are going to become involved with and working with. It talks about taking into consideration, what are the person's wishes? What can they tell you in any kind of communication format? Encourage the person to participate in the decision-making as they're able to, which means you need to take the time to learn about who they are and how they function. Encourage the person to retain or to develop new skills and to make the decisions that they can. Always in all decisions, we have to balance the risks and the benefits. And sometimes we're willing to take greater risks for a benefit that we hope for. And in all situations, we've talked about learning from our experiences, whether we're building upon positive experiences or we're building upon something that just went south. And so in making those decisions, there are parameters within the statute that are very analogous. They aren't exactly the same, because in the end, you may have to have a guardian make that decision. But you can exercise within this. I know we don't have limited, and that makes me sad, but there is a way to do that, and it's a little more cumbersome. I just don't want you all to leave with the idea that there aren't any options. And I want to add one more thing for everybody here is that the Kansas Judicial Council has a guardianship and a conservatorship advisory committee. I have the opportunity to sit on that, and they are grappling with many, many issues with the current statute and how we can make it better. How can we better incorporate some of the things we're talking about today? And I will tell you that whether I win or not, it's another deal. I will be strongly advocating for limited guardianships and conservatorships.
Can I add to that?
Yes.
Will you also advocate for a temporary guardianship, both in scope and in time, that doesn't require you to go back to court? So for instance, if I need authority to go make that Medicare, Medicaid application to see what I qualify for, that I get maybe a 90-day, and then there's restrictions on, like, I can't sell their house and their car and put them in a nursing home. And there are things I cannot do. So it would be limited in scope and limited in time, and it would expire, because otherwise what happens, other states have temporary and limited guardianships. And then what the rules say is that it's only for as long until the final order is put in place or something else. I can't remember what it is. But what happens is the people, like, the final order never gets put in place. And so then the temporary guardianship ends up being forever and ever and ever for all things. So I would advocate for not only limited, but a temporary that would be limited both in scope and duration.
So one more piece of information. Is this my soundbite to say, yes, I will?
Yes.
I do want to add that the basis in which we're working on this statute is the uniform code that was radically modified in 2017.
Yeah, we call it UGOPSHA, but it's the Uniform Guardianship, Conservatorship, and Other Protected Proceedings Act. That's what she's talking about.
So what that does is, though, it brings together the best practices that have been found from around the country, and it's put it into one. And then we look at how that relates to what we have, the pieces that we do like, and then things that we need to contemplate incorporating. So that committee is working. It's going to be a bit yet. In fact, yesterday, I just had a refresher on ABLE accounts. The individual who did the presentation on ABLE spoke to that committee extensively yesterday. So gathering information and incorporating, and certainly I will share with you, supported decision-making as a concept is definitely being considered and contemplated and talked about and wrestled with. And a lot of education goes on. I mean, I think we talk about that here. So just to underscore that 3 times, every one of us in that room gets educated in a different way. There are judges, there are attorneys, there are a couple of advocates or practitioners. So it's a work in progress, and trying to build and strengthen on what we have.
I am excited that you all are considering all of that. That's fantastic. I have a question. I'm going to go across our key panelists here, and then this is your warning, panelists or speakers who are out there, that I'll be coming to you in just a second. But here's my question. I'm looking at the time, and I just want to make sure I get this one in. If I have a family member or someone I care about who is either turning 18, or I'm getting pressured to file for guardianship, or I'm told that that's what I need to do, I've been to one of these programs. I understand the supported decision-making lens. What is the first step you recommend I take to start looking at supported decision-making, or practicing supported decision-making, or just engaging in this concept? What is the first thing you think I should do? Jean, what's the first thing?
I want to know who you've been talking to. And I say that somewhat in jest, but part of and we do get those kinds of calls into the guardianship program office. We're being told that we need to get guardianship for our minor child, and I will ask why. Where is that conversation coming from? What has happened in your transition planning? And to try to say, tell me about your person, and why is this being contemplated? One of the things, and I was talking with, was it Casey with KDHE? I would love to be able to have every one of your pieces of information so that when I get those calls, I can send out an email and say, here's what you need to be reading and becoming familiar with, or other people to be talking with. And because there's a host of resources out there that I don't necessarily think about in the moment. So I want to have education. I want you to have information so you can make an informed decision about the why.
Skylar and Regina, if somebody wants to try supported decision-making, what's the first piece of advice you're going to give them?
Talk to some of the people that have done it.
How do we find them?
Good question. Where would we find them? Families together? Could we start there? I really don't know. All I know is to find people that are on the program, have made it work, when they started, but where to go to get it, I have no idea. Do you?
Skylar?
I would just looking at families together. So I would just start with the question in the word why. Because if I hear people say, or they told me to get it, and I don't know if that's the way answer. Because if they don't have another answer or that answer, there's no reason for it.
Okay. All right, others. So I'm going to just jump around here. Let's go to your mom, Tammy. Thank you, Jane. What would you recommend? What's the first step? Someone comes to you and says, I'm being told I need to get guardianship.
Well,
Your
and I
first
think
thing is what?
I think Skylar was trying to say what I always say, why do you think you need guardianship? You know, and I also mentioned that I used the Charting the Life course check sheet that I have. I send those to the family so they kind of can get an idea then of, you know, why is it that I need guardianship? And what can we, if they're in high school, I'm going to say, start with your IEP team. You know, use this list and then start addressing some of that in your independent living goals and different things like that. So that's kind of what, or I would send them to Evan. I do tell them to go to the KU site. There is a web page there that has information and stories on it about using supported decision making. So I've done that as well. So I give them the information, but I think the big key is guardianship. Where do I start? Why do I need guardianship? I need to get guardianship. Why? And then using this checklist to see what are your fears and kind of help address those in the IEP.
Great, perfect transition. You want to pass it to Evan? Right next to you, right next to him.
I mean, I think why is a good question to start with. I think the other question I might ask is, what have you tried so far?
Okay. All right. I'm going to pass it behind you. Mike or Craig, either one of you, what would you recommend as the first step?
I think it really goes back to what you said in your keynote there, Elizabeth, and talking about the importance of communication and making sure we're communicating with the person in the way that best suits them. You know, how can you provide person-centered supports for a person, whether that's in a guardianship situation, whether it's in a supported decision-making situation, whether it's any type of situation, if you don't know the person. And so understanding how that person communicates and making sure you have those communications, I think is the first step. And then you can ask, you know, once you establish that communication and are able to understand what that person wants, then you can start making a determination of, you know, the level of supports they need in that decision-making process.
All right, Mike, back to you.
I think we all need to do the 5 steps you mentioned.
Please do.
Now that we're all better aware of supported decision-making and all of the alternatives and are aware of the tools, you know, it's incumbent on us to take the next steps.
Great. Would you mind passing it up here to Brad? Thank you. Brad, first step, what's your recommendation?
my recommendation is that I think the best thing to do is the individual needs to know themselves. And if you know yourself and you know your abilities, it's an easy jump. But if you have issues where you need support and they may be a little bit more involved, then there might be some issues to look into guardianship. But I always like to say, don't look at all your options before you go and look at more restrictive options. So it's really hard to put it into words exactly how it works, but I think you have to just know who you are and say, this is what I need. I know I'm my own guardian. I still need supports, but it doesn't have to be the most restrictive in the end.
You know, I'm struck, let's go over to Colin, but while you're passing the mic, I'm struck by something you said, Brad, about knowing yourself. And I think that the story I tell myself is that for individuals, particularly young individuals who are reliant on full-time staff and supports, it might be difficult for them to know themselves because someone else has been telling them what to do and how to do it or whether they could do it for so long, that where they might need that support is to learn that about themselves so that they can break out of that. I am defined by what I've been told I can and can't do for so long versus what my own will and preferences are. So Colin, what would your first step be?
Well, I'd say to whoever is suggesting that you get guardianship over somebody is I would say, think of what you've done, especially in the case of youth. What have you done for the prior 17 years of that person's life? Now, as you said, you may have done everything for that child, for that person. But now that we're here at 18, you know, just say, wait a minute, let me make a phone call over to one of the many organizations we have represented here today, and let me get some info before I just chuck it all away and ruin my young adult's life. I mean, it's like we're saying, take a pause on all this and look at what you have done. Don't just listen to what this teacher, this other person, this nurse, this doctor, this whomever the professional may be is telling you to do, because it's like, I remember I was in sociology and they had this experiment, I forget the name of it, but it was like somebody in a doctor coat would come in and tell you to do something, and because you thought they were a professional,
right? You gave deference to them and to what they told you,
and you did what they told you. So I'm just saying, wait a minute, do your research, you know, take 5 or, you know, take 14 days, whatever, and just make a phone call. You know, these guys are always available. And, you know, if the pressure is really on, just tell them to shut up and wait. You know, because sometimes they'll do that. I mean, there's some people out there that say you need to do this like now, or you can't do X.
and I would say it's listening to your gut. When your gut says, I'm not sure, always be sure first.
And always
be sure.
Be sure if it feels funny.
It probably is funny.
If, you know, I just take that funny feeling, listen to it, and, you know, don't just take their assertion for an answer.
Yeah. Do you mind passing it one more time? I think you're gonna
Well, I definitely agree.
wrap us up.
Everything Colin said, to take a pause. And the reason I would say that is that guardianship is not a fix for what's going on in the person's life. Elizabeth gave the example of that person who goes off their meds and then is off their meds and making poor choices because the meds aren't. Being a guardian, you cannot force that person to take their meds. The guardian can't call the sheriff and have the sheriff force meds down a person's throat. That's not only unethical for a number of reasons, but it's not going to happen. So
It's also a
being
battery.
Yeah, exactly. Being a guardian actually doesn't solve that problem. Being a guardian doesn't solve the problem of other choices a person might be making as they get older. What does solve the problem is starting supported decision-making early and giving people lots of opportunities as young as possible to make choices, to make mistakes, to learn from those mistakes, to, you know, take those next steps and to grow. Guardianship doesn't fix any of that. It's about letting the person have the experience to make choices and to grow as a person.
Great. What we really need, I know we need to wrap it up really fast here. Oh, yeah, sure. Give us 1 second. Because I think you wanted to add something to this really quick. Okay, go.
What are the steps for putting supported decision-making officially in place at 18?
Well, that's what we've been talking about here. So there's no roadmap necessarily. I think there are tools that can be used. Certainly the tools that Tammy and Craig presented under the life course lens. Certainly doing everything we've talked about today, which is sitting down with that individual and talking about what their will and preferences are. Really going through sort of all the different parts or domains of their life and saying, where do they need assistance? Where do they not need assistance? And if it's I need assistance to make all of my decisions, right? Then it's who does the individual identify as the person they want to help make those decisions? And so it's really just a process that where you start at one part of it and you work your way through until at the end you have a very clear understanding of what are the areas of need, who are the people who can be a part of a supported decision-making team or person, and it could be one person, right? And then creating a plan around that so that everyone understands sort of what their role is. But there's no, it's a supported decision-making team is as unique as the individual and their circumstance. Because everyone had any of the other Kansas professionals around here who would add to that?
What they want and what they don't want.
Include.
It's clear to both the principal and the supporters. If you want to restate that.
Oh, sure. Sorry. Be clear about what the person wants, does, and doesn't want. So it's clear for both the person who needs the support, but also the person who is providing the support. Okay, we are out of time. So I just want to say thank you again. Thank you again to my panelists who kept the conversation going. Thank all of you for indulging us with your time today. I want to say thank you to all of you, to Jennifer and your team and our tech support, and then of course all the different agencies and KCDD that brought us all together today. So thank you very much.
Hi guys, I'm Liz Long and I'm with the council. And I just want to thank you all for taking your time this week and listening and participating. I hope you came away with some new resources and look for the recording on our kcdd.org. It's also on the live YouTube channel, so you can search us out there. Just some next steps for you. Know that you'll get a survey. If you've got one here that you want to fill out in paper and turn it in, that's great. But you'll get a link to also complete a survey. We can get some information from you about what you thought you liked, what you didn't. Next steps for our group, we're planning to do more of this. One of the things I heard during the day was that you'd like to have some more talk about how to develop your team. And so I think that's another thing that Casey and I'll take back to the group and say, hey, what can we do for families to talk about? How do you develop that network? I think that's a huge thing. And then the other thing we mentioned earlier, that we were going to do more of these trainings for the medical community, the legal community, and educators. So that is part of our plan over the next, I would hope, year, that we can get out and do more of those things. We've got some other things planned, but we're going to continue to do that kind of work with them. So when you as a family member come and say, I don't need guardianship, maybe the educator will be like, yeah, I know, because I went to this training and we heard about that, and make everything easier and more of a team effort on those IEP meetings. So thank you all. I appreciate it. Safe travels home, and thank you for being here.